Guys, tolong namanya di-rename pakai yang udah ada di itu ya.
Ya, 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 ya.
Ya.
Bener itu yang lo suka. Doyannya musik ya pilihnya kuota musik lah.
Iya juga ya.
Bayu, provider serba digital pertama di Indonesia. Bebas pilih kuota plus topping, transparan dan apa adanya. Bayu, semuanya semaunya. Beli 60 giga cuma bisa dipakai 30 giga. Gimana sih hitungnya?
Iya juga ya.
Bayu, provider serba digital pertama di Indonesia. Bebas pilih kuota plus topping, transparan dan apa adanya. Bayu, semuanya semaunya. Yakin situ bukan burung hantu? Kok chattingnya tengah malam?
Iya juga ya.
Bayu, provider serba digital pertama di Indonesia. Bebas pilih kuota plus topping, transparan dan apa adanya. Bayu, semuanya semaunya. Bener itu yang lo suka. Doyannya musik ya pilihnya kuota musik lah.
Iya juga ya.
Bayu, provider serba digital pertama di Indonesia. Bebas pilih kuota plus topping, transparan dan apa adanya. Bayu, semuanya semaunya. Beli 60 giga cuma bisa dipakai 30 giga. Gimana sih hitungnya?
Iya juga ya.
Bayu, provider serba digital pertama di Indonesia. Bebas pilih kuota plus topping, transparan dan apa adanya. Bayu, semuanya semaunya. Yakin situ bukan burung hantu? Kok chattingnya tengah malam?
Iya juga ya.
Bayu, provider serba digital pertama di Indonesia. Bebas pilih kuota plus topping, transparan dan apa adanya. Bayu, semuanya semaunya. Bener itu yang lo suka. Doyannya musik ya pilihnya kuota musik lah.
Iya juga ya.
Bayu, provider serba digital pertama di Indonesia. Bebas pilih kuota plus topping, transparan dan apa adanya. Bayu, semuanya semaunya. Beli 60 giga cuma bisa dipakai 30 giga. Gimana sih hitungnya?
Iya juga ya.
Bayu, provider serba digital pertama di Indonesia. Bebas pilih kuota plus topping, transparan dan apa adanya. Bayu, semuanya semaunya. Yakin situ bukan burung hantu? Kok chattingnya tengah malam?
Iya juga ya.
Bayu, provider serba digital pertama di Indonesia. Bebas pilih kuota plus topping, transparan dan apa adanya. Bayu, semuanya semaunya. Bener itu yang lo suka. Doyannya musik ya pilihnya kuota musik lah.
Iya juga ya.
Bayu, provider serba digital pertama di Indonesia. Bebas pilih kuota plus topping, transparan dan apa adanya. Bayu, semuanya semaunya. Beli 60 giga cuma bisa dipakai 30 giga. Gimana sih hitungnya?
Iya juga ya.
Bayu, provider serba digital pertama di Indonesia. Bebas pilih kuota plus topping, transparan dan apa adanya. Bayu, semuanya semaunya. Yakin situ bukan burung hantu? Kok chattingnya tengah malam?
Iya juga ya.
Bayu, provider serba digital pertama di Indonesia. Bebas pilih kuota plus topping, transparan dan apa adanya. Bayu, semuanya semaunya. Bener itu yang lo suka. Doyannya musik ya pilihnya kuota musik lah.
Iya juga ya.
Bayu, provider serba digital pertama di Indonesia. Bebas pilih kuota plus topping, transparan dan apa adanya. Bayu, semuanya semaunya. Beli 60 giga cuma bisa dipakai 30 giga. Gimana sih hitungnya?
Iya juga ya.
Bayu, provider serba digital pertama di Indonesia. Bebas pilih kuota plus topping, transparan dan apa adanya. Bayu, semuanya semaunya. Yakin situ bukan burung hantu? Kok chattingnya tengah malam?
Iya juga ya.
Bayu, provider serba digital pertama di Indonesia. Bebas pilih kuota plus topping, transparan dan apa adanya. Bayu, semuanya semaunya. Bener itu yang lo suka. Doyannya musik ya pilihnya kuota musik lah.
Iya juga ya.
Bayu, provider serba digital pertama di Indonesia. Bebas pilih kuota plus topping, transparan dan apa adanya. Bayu, semuanya semaunya. Beli 60 giga cuma bisa dipakai 30 giga. Gimana sih hitungnya?
Iya juga ya.
Bayu, provider serba digital pertama di Indonesia. Bebas pilih kuota plus topping, transparan dan apa adanya. Bayu, semuanya semaunya. bukan burung hantu. Kok chattingnya tengah malam?
Juga ya.
Bayu, provider serba digital pertama di Indonesia. Bebas pilih kuota plus topping, transparan dan apa adanya. Bayu, semuanya semaunya. Bener itu yang lo suka. Doyannya musik ya pilihnya kuota musik lah.
Iya juga ya.
Bayu, provider serba digital pertama di Indonesia. Bebas pilih kuota plus topping, transparan dan apa adanya. Bayu, semuanya semaunya. Beli 60 giga cuma bisa dipakai 30 giga. Gimana sih hitungnya?
Iya juga ya.
Bayu, provider serba digital pertama di Indonesia. Bebas pilih kuota plus topping, transparan dan apa adanya. Bayu, semuanya semaunya.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Hello everyone, good morning. Selamat pagi semuanya. Okay, let me introduce myself first. My name is Herawali. I'm a member of Student Association of Economic Major Islamic State University of Sunan Ampel, Surabaya. Sekarang I want to know where are you come from, guys. Kira-kira pesertanya dari mana aja ya ini? Sambil kita nunggu peserta yang lain, boleh dong di chat Zoom buat kasih tahu kalian dari mana aja, biar kita saling kenal juga. Okay, thank you. Before the opening ceremony international webinar begins, I would like to inform that this webinar is sponsored by Bayu Semuanya Semaunya, webinar Ines Cosmetic, webinar with Ines, Tahu Gejrot Pasuruan, and Top Karir Indonesia. Next. It's a pleasure we can meet today, even if it just through the screen because pandemic COVID-19. Jadi sangat berkesan sekali kita bertemu hari ini walaupun cuma lewat layar karena masih ada pandemik. So tidak menjadikan alasan untuk kita berhenti belajar. Okay, next, please pay attention to see the presentation some of our sponsorship at the moment. The first, our sponsorship, that is Bayu. To part of Bayu, untuk pihak Bayu, apakah sudah masuk di Zoom ini?
Iya, halo, sudah Kak.
Oke, halo Kak.
Iya, halo, selamat pagi.
Oke, times is yours.
Iya, izin untuk share screen ya teman-teman. Ya, oke. Selamat pagi semua. salam sejahtera untuk kita semua dan semoga acaranya nanti akan berjalan dengan lancar ya. Sebelumnya perkenalkan, nama saya Hania Dewi Febriana. Di sini saya sebagai account eksekutif Bayu area Surabaya. Mau cerita-cerita sedikit aja mengenai Bayu biar teman-teman tahu nih kayak gimana cara pakai Bayu atau gimana penggunaan Bayu gitu ya. Ya, buat yang belum tahu tentang Bayu, Bayu itu apa? Nah, ini Bayu adalah provider serba digital pertama di Indonesia. Jadi kita sudah semuanya menggunakan aplikasi dan Bayu ini merupakan produk inovasi dari Telkomsel yang tentunya sinyalnya sudah jaringannya 4G LTE Telkomsel di seluruh Indonesia. Gitu. Nah, beberapa alasan nih yang cocok banget karena Bayu ini cocok banget dengan anak-anak muda Indonesia. Yang pertama nih karena gaya hidup yang semakin digital gitu ya. Kita sudah beralih semuanya menggunakan aplikasi karena lebih mudah dan lebih simpel gitu ya. Terus yang kedua, platform ini di-develop yang ada di serba aplikasi. Semuanya ada di aplikasi, teman-teman nggak perlu cari-cari di aplikasi yang lainnya. Jadi hanya dalam satu aplikasi sudah ada gitu. Dan tentunya semua dan aplikasinya ini sudah ada di tersedia di iOS maupun di Android ya. Jadi di dalam satu HP semuanya sudah tersedia gitu. Dan yang keempat, pastinya Bayu ini harganya ramah di kantong ya. Jadi ini benar-benar harga para pelajar karena kita memang dikhususkan untuk anak-anak muda. Jadi ini sangat murah. Dan yang keempat dan yang kelima, sinyalnya kuat dan anti nge-lag karena kita pakai sinyal Telkomsel tentunya. Terus yang terakhir, kartunya bisa diantar alias kalau teman-teman mager bisa banget nih kartunya tinggal diantar ke rumah dan nanti teman-teman tinggal bayar aja deh untuk selanjutnya gitu. Ini ada journey pemesanan kartu Bayu. Jadi sorry. Ya. Jadi kalau teman-teman kepo mengenai Bayu, bisa banget nanti tinggal di aplikasi Bayu di Play Store atau di App Store. Jadi nanti di situ kalian bisa langsung diarahkan untuk pilih paket kuota. Jadi nanti di situ paket kuotanya ini harganya dimanapun sama ya. Jadi nggak ada yang beda harga di beda kota gitu. Jadi seluruh Indonesia harganya sama gitu. Kemudian karena kita basekan aplikasi, jadi harus daftar dulu nih, login dulu pakai email, Gmail atau pakai Facebook atau bisa juga menggunakan nomor HP yang aktif gitu. Nah setelah itu teman-teman juga bisa pilih nomor. Jadi setelah pilih nomor juga nanti bisa langsung cek nomor custom juga bisa gitu. Jadi kalau teman-teman mau request nomor cantik bisa banget nanti tinggal custom nomor terus teman-teman cek di situ ketersediaannya yang ada nomornya apa aja gitu. Selanjutnya untuk penerimaan SIM card teman-teman bisa ambil ke terdekat atau juga bisa diantar ya. Kita juga udah kerjasama dengan Gojek, jadi bisa diantar langsung same day atau juga kita kerjasama dengan kurir gitu ya. Jadi nanti ada bisa JNE atau yang lainnya gitu. Nah selanjutnya setelah itu tinggal pilih nih cara bayarnya seperti apa. Jadi cara bayarnya ini di Bayu bisa pakai e-money yang teman-teman punya atau juga m-banking juga bisa. Nah, tapi jangan khawatir bagi yang barangkali e-money-nya nggak ada saldo atau belum punya e-money, nggak apa-apa, bisa banget nanti teman-teman bayarnya melalui Indomaret atau Alfamart terdekat gitu. Selanjutnya bagi teman-teman yang pengen ada tambahan nih 2,5 GB, nanti bisa dimasukkan kode vouchernya di sini bagian atas ini gitu. Selanjutnya ini adalah journey. Kalau sudah selesai bayar nanti akan muncul seperti ini nih. Nah di sini ini yang akan ditunjukkan pada saat mengambil kartu Bayu di tempat terdekat gitu. Dan kartu Bayu ini gratis ya teman-teman. Jadi mau ambil dimanapun harganya Rp0 gitu. Nah selain itu kita juga ada help center. Jadi untuk teman-teman yang barangkali ada problem mengenai Bayu, bisa banget bagian dashboard ini ada yang paling bawah kanan, pojok kanan bawah, ini adalah help center-nya. Di sini teman-teman bisa tanya-tanya langsung mengenai Bayu atau mengenai problemnya ke Nindi, yaitu bot kita yang akan 24 jam bantu teman-teman kalau ada problem gitu ya. Atau kalau memang ada kendala lainnya yang nggak bisa buka aplikasi Bayu, bisa banget langsung DM ke bayu.id ya, ke Instagram Bayu. Jadi nanti langsung akan dibantu dari tim kami gitu. Terus juga selain itu Bayu ini nggak ngebosenin di aplikasinya teman-teman. Jadi kita juga ada Bayu Audio, jadi ada mixtape mengenai lagu-lagu yang disesuaikan gitu ya. Terus juga ada playlistnya dan terus ada Bayu Bioskop gitu ya. Jadi ada beberapa yang pengen teman-teman nonton, ini bisa aja dicek di sini di aplikasinya langsung. Terus juga kita ada Bayu Games. Jadi di Bayu Games ini nanti teman-teman juga bisa kumpulin poin gitu. Dan yang selanjutnya ini ada Bayu Discover. Ini mengenai berita-berita yang news yang ada saat ini yang lagi up to date gitu ya. Dan ini adalah 5 alasan kenapa teman-teman harus move on ke Bayu dan harus banget pakai Bayu nih. Yang pertama, kuota Bayu ini selain murah, harganya kuotanya 24 jam, tidak ada pembagian kuota atau tidak ada pembagian waktu gitu ya. Jadi semuanya kuota utama, jadi nggak ada pembagian sama sekali gitu. Dan yang kedua, customer care-nya sangat transparan karena dibantu oleh bot kami, Nindi, yang akan melayani 24 jam. Dan yang ketiga, tentunya bebas pilih kuota dan topping. Jadi topping ini kita khususkan untuk teman-teman yang pengen coba Bayu tapi pengen sesuai dengan aplikasi yang diinginkan. Contohnya pengen tambah kuota WA atau kuota YouTube. Nah, itu nanti bisa tambah di toppingnya gitu. Terus yang keempat, harganya sangat bersahabat karena semua harganya di seluruh Indonesia sama ya. Jadi dan teman-teman pun kalau mau bayar kuota Bayu menggunakan e-money atau m-banking itu akan sesuai dengan nominal yang dipilih gitu. Terus yang kelima, yang terakhir, banyak banget kuota yang akan kita kasih nih buat teman-teman kalau kita udah menjadi partner gitu ya. Jadi kalau teman-teman udah 1 tahun pakai Bayu, nah bisa banget nih kita nanti akan kasih dari Bayu langsung, akan kita injek itu kuota mungkin 2 giga free untuk teman-teman gitu. Dan ini beberapa produk favorit Bayu. Jadi ada di Bayu untuk kuotanya sendiri bisa mulai dari 10.000 aja udah dapat kuota 10 giga gitu. Nah, tapi di sini juga ada untuk masa berlakunya ya. Jadi ini ada 10 giga 10 hari yang harganya cuma 20.000 nih. Dan ini juga ada yang 5 giga 15.000 2 minggu gitu. Terus juga kita ada kuota unlimited. Jadi kuotanya sendiri ini kita pakainya speed ya teman-teman. Jadi sesuai speednya nggak ada FUP-nya gitu. Terus ini beberapa pilihan topping nih, ada kuota untuk Instagram, untuk Joox, untuk Spotify, untuk Twitter, dan lain sebagainya gitu. Sebelum kita closing, kita simak dulu ya untuk mengenai video tentang Bayu.
Dengan seluruh serba digital pertama di Indonesia. Yuk mari kita download dulu aplikasinya di Google Play Store. Sekarang, pilih kuota utamanya. Mau yang bikin nyaman, yang bikin happy, terus aku bisa tambahin kuota topik mau combo, mau Instagram, mau YouTube, mau juga. Sekarang, lanjutin pilih nomor Bayu yang kamu suka. Pilih deh cara delivery dan berbayar gratis. Yeay, beres deh. Oh kan? Kita dapet. Jelas sabar. Jawab yang ketunggu. Saya ada anak panah yang lulus langsung ke hati aku. Internet hati kamu, morningan internet kamu. Dan tidak dan kita jadian. Itu paling enak kalau kita sama-sama transparan. Kamu kayak Bayu. Kamu serba transparan apa adanya. Kamu bisa lihat semua histori pelajar dan sisa kuota yang kamu beli. Bayu. Kalau ada yang mau ditanyain, gampang banget caranya. Tinggal klik aja tombol chat dan sampaikan aja semua pertanyaan kamu ke sini. Gimana? Simpel banget kan? Bayu, layanan seluler digital pertama di Indonesia. Bebas pilih kuota plus topping, transparan, dan apa adanya. Bayu, semuanya semaunya.
Ya, oke. Dari saya cukup sekian dan untuk semoga acaranya hari ini bisa berjalan dengan lancar ya teman-teman. Oke, kita kembalikan lagi ke MC. Sebelumnya terima kasih untuk teman-teman yang udah join dan udah pay attention di Bayu ini tadi untuk mengenai sharing tentang Bayu. Mungkin kita bisa bertemu di next event atau di acara yang selanjutnya. Terima kasih, selamat pagi.
Oke, terima kasih Kak untuk informasi tentang provider Bayu. Okay, next. This is time to opening ceremony. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Sarah Wali. It is wonderful and precious chance for me to be your master of ceremony in this beautiful morning in our big event, International Webinar Economic Day celebration with the theme The Impact of Society 5.0 Era for Creative Economy in the ASEAN. Sponsored by Bayu, semuanya, semaunya, Ines Cosmetic, Webinar with Ines, Tahu Gejrot Pasuruan, and Top Karir Indonesia. First of all, let's pray. Let's say thanks to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala who has been giving us guidance, happiness, healthy, and mercy. So we can attend and participate in this event without any obstacles. Praise and salutation upon our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, the best figure of this universe, the person who has been able to save us from Jahiliyah era. In this beautiful moment, I would like to welcome Miss Hana Rahma Rimbi, Mr. Fitra Faisal Hastiati, PhD, Mr. Muhammad Nizam Zafar, PhD, and our mystery guest who will be the speaker at our event today. The Honorable Dr. Haji Ahmad Ali Arifin, MM, as Dean of the Faculty of Economic and Islamic Business, UINSA. The Honorable Dr. Haji Abdul Hakim MAE as Chairman of the Economic Study Program, UINSA. The Honorable Rizkon Abdillah as Chairman of the Economic Student Association 2020, UINSA. The Honorable Rizky Amalul as Chief Executive International Webinar Economic Day Celebration Committee. Once again, thank you very much for the presence of Mr. and Miss Lecturer and all participants in the international webinar today. In this special morning, we have several agenda. So allow me to read several sequence of our agenda. The first is opening. The second is singing Indonesia Raya. The third is welcome speech. The fourth is introduce our moderator. The fifth is the main event will be handled by our moderator. And the last is closing and praying. Ladies and gentlemen, let's open this international webinar by read Al-Fatihah. Al-Fatihah. Start. Finish. To the following agenda is singing Indonesia Raya, who will be led by our media. Our media, the screen is yours.
Kepada Sang Merah Putih, hormat!
Thank you to media who has led the Singing Indonesia Raya. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is welcome speech. The Honorable Chief Executive International Webinar Economic Day Celebration to Rizky Amalul. Please welcome. Times is yours.
Oke, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning. Alhamdulillah, we shall give thanks to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala because it is only His will that this international webinar event can be held smoothly. First of all, I would like to thank you for your attendance at this webinar. This international webinar is a webinar that will discuss the impact of Society 5.0 era for creative economy in the ASEAN. I hope that by taking this webinar seriously from beginning to end, you will get knowledge that is useful for all of you. Don't forget to all friends during this pandemic, even talk friend or at home. You also have to maintain cleanliness and health. And if there is a need or said friend, use mask so that we are all always healthy and can meet at another time. I would like to thank the committee members who have prepared this event very well. May the hard work of colleagues be rewarded with kindness by Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Hopefully, the knowledge in this webinar will be accurate for all colleagues. Amin, amin, ya rabbal alamin. On behalf of the committee, I apologize if in the course of this event, there will be things that are not pleasing to the heart of friend. Hope you guys are still excited even though this seminar is being held online. Oke, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for Rizky Amalul for the speech. Okay, the Honorable Chair of the Economic Student Association 2021 UINSA, to Rizkon Abdillah. Please welcome. Times is yours.
Oke, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirrabbilalamin. Wabinasta'in wa ala umudawwatin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya wal mursalin. Sayyidina wa habibina wa maulana Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Amma ba'du. The Honorable Dr. Haji Ali Arifin, MMS, the Dean of the Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Islam, Universitas Islam Negeri Zona Ampel, Surabaya, and the Honorable Professor Masdar Hilmi, SAG, MA, PhD, as a Rector of Universitas Islam Negeri Zona Ampel, Surabaya, and the Honorable Dr. Haji Abdul Hakim, MAE, as a Chairman of Ilmu Ekonomi, Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Islam, Universitas Islam Negeri Zona Ampel, Surabaya, and the Honorable all of speakers and unforgettable all of audience. Okay, first of all, let's thanks to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala who has been giving us some mercies and blessings so that we can attend this webinar of International without any troubles at all. Secondly, may salawat and salam be with our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam who has guided us from the darkness and the lightness in the night, in the world as well as in the next world. Thirdly, I will never forget to thank the Master of Ceremony, Sarah, who has given me an opportunity to deliver my speech in front of many people. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as the leader of Hima Prodi Ilmu Ekonomi, Universitas Islam Negeri Zona Ampel, Surabaya, I would like to say welcome to our event, webinar of Internasional, which was held by Hima Prodi Ilmu Ekonomi, Universitas Islam Negeri Zona Ampel, Surabaya, UINSA. Now we hope you enjoy this event until the end. Okay, the first I would like to say thank you very much to all of people who support this event, such as presenters, lectures, committees, sponsors, and other that I cannot mention one by one. Okay, for your information, Hima Prodi Ilmu Ekonomi is celebrating his birthday this month, September. Yes. Therefore, we hold several events converted EDC. It's called by EDC, English. Economic Day celebration. Now, and one of the EDC events is this webinar international. Now, and the goals of this national webinar is we can know the state of the world economy in the Society 5.0 era, especially in the ASEAN area in the creative economic sector. Okay, I hope this event will be held smoothly and we can study about the economic 5.0 era, and in under that we can study about our language, our English language, I mean. And maybe I think my speech is enough for today. If you find some mistake in my speech, please forgive me. That's a lot for your attention. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Rizkan Abdillah, for the speech. Next, the Honorable Chairman of the Economics Study Program UINSA, to Dr. Haji Abdul Hakim, MEE. Please welcome times this year.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wa bihi nasta'inu ala umuri dunya waddin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya'i wal mursalin. Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajma'in, amma ba'du. Excuse me, I deliver my speech on Indonesia. Pertama, kami ucapkan salam hormat pada segenap narasumber dalam kegiatan Economic Day Celebration yang digagas oleh Program Studi Ilmu Ekonomi, Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Islam, UIN Sunan Ampel, Surabaya, by title The Impact of Society 5.0 Era for Creative Economic in the ASEAN, Asia, Southeast Asia Nation. Kami hormati saudara moderator, saudari moderator, Mbak Najma Amalia, nanti saudara ketua pelaksana Mbak Emma Dwi Aisyah, beserta sekretarisnya Mbak Winona Chandra, saudara Kahima Rizwan Abdillah, saudara Dema Fakultas Ekonomi Bisnis Royan Jalasuta Nugra, kemudian para presenter kita, honorable yang terhormat, ada Bapak Mas Hana Rahma Arimbi, ya Mbak Hana Rahma Arimbi, kemudian Bapak Faisal Hastiadi dan Mr. Nizam Ja'far PSG dari Malaysia. Ya, alhamdulillah program studi ilmu ekonomi himpunan mahasiswanya masih aktif dalam suasana pandemi yang seperti ini, terus bergeliat untuk mengadakan event-event yang positif. Kali ini dalam rangka memperingati Hari Ekonomi atau istilahnya hari lahirnya program studi ekonomi, ya, pada 27 September kemarin. Ini adalah kali yang ke-6, ya, kali yang ke-6. Mudah-mudahan senantiasa disertai dengan rahmat dan barokah dari Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Saya aturkan salam hormat, selamat untuk semuanya yang telah berpartisipasi di dalam menyukseskan kegiatan kali ini, ya, webinar internasional yang dihadiri dari beberapa narasumber presenter yang juga ada yang dari Malaysia. Mudah-mudahan membawa semangat, ya, memberikan motivasi dan inspirasi yang baik kepada segenap sivitas akademika, khususnya di program studi ilmu ekonomi, khususnya para mahasiswa sekalian, untuk semakin giat dan aktif di dalam belajar menuntut ilmu sehingga mendapatkan apa yang dicita-citakan. Saya kira demikian sekedar yang bisa saya sampaikan, ya. Kurang lebihnya mohon maaf. Hadanallahu wa iyyakum ajma'in. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih Bapak atas sambutannya. Selanjutnya, The Honorable, the Dean of the Faculty of Economics and Islamic Business UINSA, to Dr. Haji Ahmad Ali Arifin MM, is welcome. Time is yours.
Ada Pak Dekan, alhamdulillah. Kesebut. Sudah join ya, beliau masih join ya, beliau.
Mungkin masih ada gangguan jaringan, Pak.
Tapi sudah join ya beliau.
Tadi sudah. Oke, mohon maaf untuk Pak Dekan, masih ada gangguan jaringan. Kita lanjut ke acara selanjutnya.
Mungkin nanti di tengah-tengah kalau bisa join di kesempatan menyela nanti.
Baik, Pak. Let's keep on the next agenda before my event begin. Let me introduce our moderator today. Okay, this is our media today. She is Najma Malia Kurniawan. She is from Bekasi. She is a considerate, reliable, dedicated, and highly motivated student with numerous times of experience in Model United Nations. She active involvement in a number of club and organization with 3 years of experience as an activist in sekolah kami, aiming to be an impactful person for people. She has work experience announcer in etnis radio, member of fraksi Forum Anak Kota Bekasi, head of division cluster for Jabar, Forum Anak Jawa Barat, and now member of student development in Pumalau, President University, major association of law school. She has educational background as Bachelor President University Law Major, High School SMA N2 Kota Bekasi, Science Study, and Victory Plus International School Bekasi. She has skills. There are so many skills that she has. And one of her special skill is she has multi-language skill. There are Indonesia, English, French, Spanish, and Japanese. She is so amazing. And she has committed experience as Peace Project Manager in 100 Legal Course Introduction to Contract Drafting, as the event organizing in Legal Expo 2021, as the person manager in Legal Debate Championship 2021. And she has a lot of achievement and certificate. As a peak and moderator FFGD in PUILC, President University International Law Club, with Ibnu Hadi as the guest speaker. Founder at halohukum.id, guest speaker in Layak Bahagia 2020, Empok Etnis 2080, Putri Kartini 2019, and any achievement has he had.
Thank you, MC. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, dan Salam Kebajikan. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and our distinguished lecturers, and also the Dean of the Faculty and the Head of the Study Programs, and also good morning, my fellow friends. Nice to meet you all. My name is Najma Amalia K. You can call me Najma. And as the MC have said before, that I'm from President University Law Major. And I'm very excited and glad to be the moderator in this impactful webinar. Now, guys, I would like to remind you that our theme for today's webinar is the impact of the era of Society 5.0 for the ASEAN creative economy. Today's webinar is attended by various generations, but is indeed dominated by millennials and Gen Z. I can assure that today's theme and discussion will be very suitable for millennials and Gen Z who want to involve and be creative, especially in the economic sectors. Now, I hope that you guys will get new insights from our great speakers today. Now, before we look into the guest speaker's presentation, please allow me to give a little insight related to the material that will be delivered by the presenter today. As we all know, the technology produced by humans is growing over time. So many countries and nations are experiencing changes, one of which is Society 5.0, which was initiated by the Japanese state. In the concept of Society 5.0, it allows humans to be modern. The existence of the Society 5.0 era has brought up the latest economic concepts, namely the creative economy. One of the countries that uses concept of a creative economy is Indonesia. The creative economy is an economic concept whose main resources lie in information and knowledge. The creative economy will rely on its ability to continue to innovate and identify the latest sources of information to improve the quality of products and services produced. So the questions are, how can economic actors manage information properly? How is the development of the creative economy applied to the trade sector in the era Society 5.0? And is there an impact from the 4.0 to 5.0 transition period? Well, in this webinar, we will cover all those questions and we will discuss mainly about the impact of the era of Society 5.0 for the creative economy in ASEAN, with speakers who, of course, excelled in their fields. All right, now let's unfold the first material, which will be presented by Kak Hana Raka Arimbi. Now, Kak Hana, are you here? Could you hear my voice?
Yeah, loud and clear, Najma. Hello,
Alright.
everyone.
Do you prefer me to call you ma'am or Kak?
Kak.
Okay,
Kak, of course.
Okay. Good morning, Kak Hana. How are you?
Good, healthy.
All right. I'm so glad that you're very healthy. And guys, as I have said before, the first material will be delivered by Kak Hana Rakarimbi. She will deliver material about the state of the Indonesian economy in the era of Society 5.0, which will be prioritizing in the creative economy sector. But before that, please allow me to read out the CV from Kak Hana. All right, so this is her CV, and her full name is Hana Raka Arimbi. She was born on 19 January 1995 with a lot of amazing experience, which you can see on the screen. She is a secretary at cabinet from 2018 until now, and as an economic analyst on land and spatial division, working on policies regarding spatial planning for regional development and investment. Also, she has an experience in Bank Indonesia as a research fellow in National Payment Gateway and PG project, and intern in BCA Daily Market Update in 2016, which created a daily report about last day trading for BCA Treasury Unit. All right, now she also has a lot of experience in organization in Badan Otonomi Ekonomik, Agenda UI 2015, the 5th Student Research Days, Indonesia in Economic Outlook 2014, Humus FIUI, and also Canopy FIUI. And also she graduated from economics from the Faculty of Economy of University of Indonesia in 2016 with the GPA of 3.46 with some amazing achievement, obviously. Now, she also speaks 3 languages, which are Indonesian, English, and French. And these are her professional skills, such as Miss Word, Miss Excel, InDesign, Miss PowerPoint, Stata, and Readers, and Bloomberg. Wow, there are so many achievements that have been achieved by Kak Hana. Now, we may immediately invite Kak Hana to present the material to the participants who attended today's webinar. Kak Hana, the floor is yours, please.
Okay, thank you, Najma. And I will say good morning and thank you for the committee it's been an honor for me to be able to speak today. This is my first international webinar, so I'm a little bit nervous. And because one of the speaker also is my undergraduate thesis supervisor, Pak Fitra. Maybe he will join us later. And also it is an honor for me to be able to speak with the distinguished speaker, Dr. Nizam from, and okay, let's dig into the material. Right, let me share my screen first. Yeah. Okay, so today we will talk about the Society 4.0. What will lies ahead? As Najma mentioned before, the Society 4.0 itself is a perspective or a proposed, but that proposed by the Japanese government under Shinzo Abe parliament that use a lot of high technology such as Internet of Things, big data, artificial intelligence, and robotics in order to do or address daily issues as well as the issues that the country has facing, like in Japan, they face a decline in the population. So they hope that the usage of this high technology will help them to address the declining in the population. If you look into the left chart, we are growing from the first society, the hunter and gatherer society, and as the agricultural knowledge has been developed, we move into agrarian society where we can produce our own food, we can produce good to provide our basic needs. And then as the technology of machinery has been developed, we move into the industrial society. The main changes is the industrial revolution. And as the establishment of the internet, we move into information technology and information society that are currently happening nowadays. So the Society 4.0 is the future that we projecting now, and to be able to live in the Society 4.0, we have to master the skill so we can live with the high-tech technology, as I mentioned before, like big data and artificial intelligence. So I hope this brief explanation about the Society 4.0 can give you a picturesque of the what it is Society 4.0. Next, we talk about the these are some of the example of the Society 4.0 to give you more deep understanding about what is Society 4.0. As I mentioned before, the high technologies such as self-driving cars can be used to replace the public transportation, especially in rural areas, because nowadays with urbanization, there are less and less people live in rural areas. So in order to provide them the basic public transportation, the government of Japan aim to replace the public transportation with the self-driving cars. And for the logistic, they will use drone to deliver the package to the homes of the people. And in terms of healthcare, the usage of the current state is we have fragmented information, like we go to the dentist for our mouth and teeth health, and we go to other doctors for other disease. And with the usage of big data, we integrated all the healthcare data from a person from X-ray photos, and then the EKG record that record your heart healthiness, and all the previous medicine that you have taken for all these past years, and the consultation with the doctor itself will be delivered online. And for the finance sectors, maybe I will not explain a lot of this because most of you guys already in a cashless society. We already know about the cashless society. Is basically we replace cash, more usage of apps, or we replace the remittance or transfer over country using a blockchain. And for infrastructure also, the declining of the population in Japan will cause them a cost of infrastructure monitoring. So in order to do so, they replace the monitoring and surveillance by the sensor. So they use all this high technology in order to address daily and the problem that the country will face in the future. So next, we will talk more about the creative economy. As you can see here, the top 3 contributors of the creative economy in Indonesia is sorry, maybe the committee can mute the other participants.
Yeah. Huh?
All right, thank you. The top 3 contributors is culinary, fashion, and craft. This top 3 is distinguished from the other because these 3 contributors has been developed since a long time ago. If we look back into the previous slide here, like the craftsmanship itself, you can see that Indonesian finest craftsmanship has been developed since a long time ago. You can go to Borobudur or Prambanan or other temple or historical sites. You can see that our finest craftsmanship has been developed since a long time ago. And for the culinary, I believe that since we developed our agrarian knowledge, we also developed our culinary technology. And for fashion, this we had been developed batik and tenun from a long time ago. And that's why these top 3 main contributors contributes large amount to the creative economy. But the fact that I want to be addressed today is the emerging, I call this is emerging potential sector, that is television, radio, and the application and game developer. This is a new sector because it's established just only when the information technology has been developed, and in the pandemic era, all the sectors has been declining trend, including the top spenders like craft, culinary, and the fashion itself. They are all declining. But these 2, application, game developer, television, and radio, it has positive trend. It's because in the pandemic, we enhance or we use the internet the intensity of internet usage is growing. So these two sectors enhance the growing of these two sectors. And we talk about the opportunity that Indonesians have to face the society 4.0. We have three big opportunities here that I want to address. Is the first one that Indonesia is the fourth largest population. We have more than 270 million people, and 60% of them is below 40 years old. This means that 60% of it is a productive age. So the large population is not only a good consumer opportunity or the good market, but also it is a talent pool. It's a talent pool. And the second one is the digital savviness. The smartphone penetration in Indonesia is high, about 67%, and projected to reach 80% in 2025. This is important in society 4.0, that the human or the people itself can use technology such as smartphone and other basic IT technology, the basic IT infrastructure such as smartphone, laptop, and other software. And the difference with other sectors, the creative economy has high authenticity value, and the current development of the artificial intelligence still can replace the novelty and the creativity of a human. The current development of the artificial intelligence can develop similar present. For example, I read on the internet, they can create a painting based on the program painting. For example, if we put into the data of watercolor picture such as Monet drawing, and the artificial intelligence can develop a similar one based on the data that you put or embedded into the system. But it can replace the novelty and the authenticity of the creativity of the human. So I think that is the three of the opportunity that Indonesia have. But what about the loopholes that we have to work on? You have a strong foundation in data security and data management. We still have homework on this because recently we hear about data breach, and that is the sensitive data such as healthcare or financial data can cause harm for the people if it is misused. And about the data management, it's about the quality of the data and the ability of the people to manage the data into something else. And the current government is already working on it. We have two policies regarding the data. The first one is One Data Indonesia or Satu Data Indonesia that integrated all the data. And the second one is One Map Policy or One Map Policy is kebijakan satu peta that integrated all the spatial data and also synchronize all this spatial data. So there will be no dispute between like mining and agriculture in the same area. So these two, data security and data management, is important. The second one is a legal basis. I think the artificial intelligence and technology, such as self-driving vehicle, need to be addressed to anticipate potential dispute caused by technical error. We can predict in the future when for example, self-driving vehicle hit people. We want to have a legal basis to address those kind of dispute in the future. So I think we need to work on to create a terminology and create a justification in order to address the potential dispute caused by technical error in the future. The third one is human capital. As I mentioned before, we have a fourth largest population in the world, but the society 4.0 doesn't need like a huge quantity, but more like skilled and large talent pool, or the quality of the human itself. So it is important that we master the IT, the information technology, because we will live with the high technology, and also a language barrier that we face every day. The English is important because in the future, I think we will become integrated as world citizens. So to master the English is important. And Indonesia need a huge effort to catch up, since the literacy and numeracy rate of Indonesia is still low. And the fourth one, last but not least, is a government support. The society 4.0 is not something given, but have to be achieved. And in order to do so, each country need a blueprint or master plan and put amount of effort to be able to achieve the society 4.0. And talking about a government support, we will look into other region in the ASEAN region, what their government has done in order to prepare their society to move into society 4.0. First one, we'll look into Singapore. Well, the government policy reform has been developed since like 20 years ago, and the access to the capital is not only provided by the government, but also the international ventures. And Singapore has advanced IT tech infrastructure. They have a lot of multinational IT companies like IBM or Microsoft. They have headquarters there. And Singapore is English-speaking countries, so it can eliminate the language barrier. And Singapore has skilled talent pool. The next one is Malaysia. The government of Malaysia have some support like tax holiday and Malaysia Global Innovation and Creative Center. This is a hub to improve their human capital, especially on the creative business. And we know that Malaysia is also home to multinational companies. And this one, combine big data with traditional business. We know that Malaysia has similar business like Indonesia, like plantation, for example, and they use drones to surveil the plantation, and using that spatial data to monitor the progress of the plantation or the time of the harvesting. So I think Malaysia has trained themselves or their business to move into society 4.0. The next one is Vietnam. Vietnam may be currently new, but they development to prepare their society to move into society 4.0 is, I think, growing very rapidly, because the government aim that Ho Chi Minh will become a tech hub. They provide incentive for development and high-tech business, such as artificial intelligence and cryptocurrency. There are a lot of cryptocurrency business in Vietnam, but also tax incentive and access to venture capitals. I think that boosts the Vietnam development is because they are part of the production network. So that if they can combine the production network and the high technology, I think they will be ready for the society 4.0. And the fourth one is Thailand. Thailand is more livable because it's less expensive compared to Singapore, but have adequate basic infrastructure, more than Indonesia, more than Jakarta, for example. But Thailand currently have foreign ownership cap, so about 4.9, I think 14, 40, about 40% is the maximum of the foreign ownership cap. But the current government of the Thailand plan to removing the foreign ownership cap, so in order to induce more investment in Thailand. Next one is, what is our government support in order to prepare ourselves, especially in a creative economy in society 4.0? We have a bill on the creative economy, number 424, about creative economy, and it's mandated in the bill that Indonesia will create a master plan for creative economy that will be used both for central government and the regional government as a master plan, as a guideline for the development of a creative economy. But our current master plan is issued in 2018. Meanwhile, the bill is issued in 2019. So we need an adjustment to adjust the master plan, to align the master plan with the policy that mandated in the bill. So this is some of the policy in the creative economy. I highlighted some of it that related to society 4.0. We advocate and increase and strengthen the intellectual property, especially intellectual property law. This is important because in society 4.0, the intellectual property will become a foundation that we have to provide. And the other countries like Singapore and Malaysia, they have a strong intellectual property law. So they have more readiness. They have more readiness than Indonesia in terms of intellectual property. And the second one is increase the access for economic creative and create ease of doing business in creative sectors. I think this is also important because the other the other country has developed their access because they induce more like international venture capital to boost their creative business. And the third one is providing IT infrastructure. This is, of course, the basic foundation of the society 4.0. So I think that's it. Those are all the materials that I've been preparing for today. Thank you. I hope this give you a brief knowledge of the society 4.0, the economic creative of Indonesia, and the link between them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kahana, for the amazing presentation. I was very delighted by it. You explained it really detailed. And all right, so guys, yes, we've learned a lot from Kahana's presentation. For instance, the usage of this high technology that will help the economic sector. And as we know that we are growing from the hunter-gatherer society in 1.0, and we moved on to agrarian society, industrial society, and as the current society, we are living in the information society. The future that we project now, also, Kahana mentioned that we have to master the skills so we can adapt with the highest technology of big data and artificial technology that are being developed now. And in this era, we are trying to use the blockchain technology, artificial technology, and we are also trying to make use of the big data. Now, according to the Society of 5.0 of Creative as an Economy, the stats of Indonesian creative economy, the top three contributors were Korea, culinary, and fashion. However, these categories used to have a large amount to the creative economy, and in the pandemic, they're all degrading. The emerging potential sectors are television and radio, and application and development, because these two are experiencing in positive trends during the pandemic. It is because it increases the intensity of the internet users. And Indonesia, and since Kahana said that Indonesia has the fourth largest population, and with 270 millions of people, with 60% of them are below 40 years old, which means that they are in a productive age, which means that this is a very good potential of Indonesia in advancing in the economic sectors. And Kahana also mentioned that the current development of AI still can't replace the human novelty and creativity. We also learned about the loopholes, which are containing data management, privacy and protection, data security management, and also legal basis for instance, like there should supposed to be a policy on artificial intelligence and technology that are used, so that it could prevent future problems that will be caused by it. And there's also human capital. There's supposed to be skilled and talented people that are able to use the technology on also English, because English is a very universal language. And there are last category, which are government support, that the government should have blueprint or master plan for their citizen and nation to develop. And we also look at the overview of what the government has done in Thailand, Vietnam, Malaysia, and Singapore in regards to support the development of the creative economy in Society 5.0. Ya, dari materi Kahana kita dapat banyak sekali informasi dan wawasan. Kita belajar bahwa penggunaan teknologi tinggi akan membantu sektor ekonomi. Kita juga belajar bahwa kita tumbuh dari masyarakat pemburu pengumpul, di mana itu adalah 1.0, dan masyarakat agraris, lalu kita pindah ke masyarakat industri, lalu kita berkembang ke masyarakat informasi, yaitu pada saat ini kita dapat banyak sekali dari Kak Hana bahwa kita harus menguasai keterampilan seperti bisa menggunakan teknologi dan bisa berbahasa Inggris supaya kita bisa beradaptasi di era sekarang. Nah, kita juga menggunakan beberapa teknologi yang sudah sangat banyak digunakan pada masa sekarang, yaitu blockchain technology, big data, dan artificial intelligence. Now, Indonesia memiliki populasi terbesar, yaitu keempat di seluruh dunia. Dan karena kita memiliki 270 juta orang, 60% diantaranya berusia di bawah 40 tahun, yang berarti Indonesia memiliki populasi usia produktif, di mana itu akan menguntungkan Indonesia di masa depan dalam sektor ekonomi. Nah, kita dapat informasi bahwa perkembangan artificial intelligence saat ini masih belum bisa menggantikan kebaruan dan kreativitas manusia. Kita juga belajar mengenai lubang lingkaran yang isinya adalah privasi dan perlindungan manajemen data, yang aplikasinya sudah dibuat oleh pemerintah, dasar hukum yang perlu dibuatnya dasar hukum mengenai kecerdasan buatan dan teknologi yang akan digunakan di masa mendatang supaya mengantisipasi masalah-masalah yang akan terjadi karena hal-hal tersebut. Kita juga belajar mengenai modal manusia yang orang-orang harus terampil dan berbakat dalam menggunakan teknologi dan berbahasa Inggris. Kita juga belajar mengenai pentingnya dukungan pemerintah untuk mengeluarkan cetak biru atau rencana besar yang terkait dengan rencana untuk to build a better version of the nation regarding to economic sectors. Kita juga mendapat beberapa gambaran mengenai apa yang telah dilakukan pemerintah di Thailand, Vietnam, Malaysia, dan Singapura dalam mendukung pengembangan ekonomi kreatif. Nah, terima kasih ya Kak Hana atas presentasinya. Selanjutnya, mari kita simak pemaparan materi dari pembicara kedua, yaitu Bapak Fitra Faisal Hastiadi. Mr. Fitra, are you here yet?
Yeah, live and well.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Fitra. How are you?
Boring.
Okay. Now, guys, Mr. Fitra Faisal Hastiadi here will explain about the development of the creative economy implemented in the trade sector in the eras of Society 5.0 and the impact of the 4.0 transition period. Now, before he explains about his material, I would like to read his CV. Okay. Now, this is his CV. His full name is Fitra Faisal Hastiadi, and he was born on July 26, 1982. These are his educational background. We could see that he graduated from University of Indonesia in Faculty of Economics, University of Indonesia of Graduate Program, and from Keio University, Japan, Graduate Program School of Media and Governance, Waseda University, Japan, Graduate School of Asia Pacific Studies. And his area of interest are monetary economics, international trade, development economics, political economy, and disruptive innovation. And yes, we could see that he has a lot of working experience, such as a lecturer in the Department of Economics, expert staff, researcher, economist, research director, research associates, expert staff, executive director, managing editor, senior researcher, senior research and community engagement manager, head of research, chief economist, member of advisory board at Infradigital Nusantara, executive director of Next Policy, and senior advisor to the Minister of Trade. Now, he has a lot of teaching activities in microeconomics, development of economics, international finance economics, international trade, academic writing, monetary economics, macroeconomics, and ASEAN economy, as well as Indonesian economy. And these are his organizational association, regional chairman of Indonesia Student Association in Japan, Kanto region, president of Indonesian Student Association in Japan, head of Foreign Affairs Commission, Indonesian National Youth Council, member of East Asian Economic Association, advisor to the University of Indonesia Achievement Community, as well as head of Center for Illini UI 4.0. And here are the list of thesis publication and academic articles. Yes, so that is the brief of profile of Mr. Fitra. Now let's look into his presentation. Please, Mr. Fitra, the floor is yours.
Okay, can you see my slide here? Can you see it? So I'm opening the cover of the slide. Please tell me if you cannot see it. And I think I should muted my video because or else maybe because my internet connection is not very stable. So we are avoiding a possible clash, yeah, of technology. Okay, so here I have only half an hour. Here I also see Hannah here, one of my brightest student in Faculty of Economics, University of Indonesia. So it's an honor for me to be here, yeah, in front of you guys, and very good morning to fellow students and also colleagues. This is my theme for today's session, post-COVID recovery, humans and technology interplay. So because here, as the theme suggests, that we're in the brink of society 5.0, yeah, which is actually interplaying with the Industrial Revolution 4.0 mentioned by Klaus Schwab in 2016. But anyway, it should be human-centered. That is why I have this title, Humans and Technology Interplay, which is very much coming from the COVID or post-COVID recovery, because here COVID is playing as a very focal role, yeah, as the baseline for further forecast and further economic development. What we see here is the disruptions, the abrupt reality coming from the COVID shock. COVID shock is somewhat homogeneous shock, which is bringing most of the countries in relative shock. So we call it the homogeneous shock. What brings the variation among countries is actually the heterogeneous domestic policy. So having said this, the coming scenario of 2021 or maybe beyond, post 2021, is actually coming from the COVID volatility. We have several scenarios here, as you see here in my slide. The optimist, moderate, and the worst case scenario. All is coming from what we see here in COVID. Yeah. So if I put one of the macroeconomic indicators here, stock market, and if I also add some more macroeconomic variables, the result will stay the same. Yeah, that macroeconomic indicators is actually very much influenced by COVID. So if you see here, technically speaking, you're seeing the variance decomposition of the stock market and the trend is quite robust. If I put also several economic indicators, COVID is playing a very important role, yeah, in the short-term period. Yeah, if you compare it with other shock, yeah, coming from other macroeconomic variables, COVID is playing the most important role. So how we tackle the future of economic development is by actually focusing more on COVID. So what we are experiencing nowadays by the contractionary effect of the current mobility is the way to harness COVID. Yeah, so the government is currently doing their best to constrain mobility in order to put away the infection rate. So in light of that, we're having the post-economic recovery is very, very much influenced by COVID volatility in the short run. Another perspective, yeah, coming from COVID. So this is still the macroeconomic, the current macroeconomic indicators. Another attributes coming from COVID is we are having the so-called K-shaped growth. The K-shaped growth is now is becoming more alarming since the rich is getting rich and the less or the poor is getting poorer. So the K-shaped reality of the upcoming recovery rate is alarming. Why? Because it is creating a gap between the rich and the poor. The idea is how to make the rich spend their money. In that way, the government is now currently trying to do some relaxation on the fiscal policy, yeah, in order to sustain or to create the ecosystem that is conducive for the rich to spend their money. Because the way to coming out from this recession or the economic oppression is when the rich spend their money. Just like the Keynesian overview, the Keynesian perspective in 1930s, when it was experiencing the Great Depression, yeah, in the early 1930 until the late of 1930, is almost a decade of the Great Depression. He was saying that it is important for the government to spend their money and also the rich to spend their money. Yeah, in the light of recession or depression, you cannot save. If you save, you're creating the so-called condition of paradox of thrift. Paradox of thrift, when people are saving their money to avoid or to become a buffer for the future economic shocks, but it turns out to be creating the paradox. Yeah, when they are not spending their money, so the economy won't actually evolving. So the way to do it in the short run is to spend, spend, and spend. So the idea is how to have this K-shaped recovery trickle down to the poor. We also have another attributes. Yeah, this is the Jakarta's GDP growth, but we are seeing actually the nationwide phenomena is quite the same. When we have the ICT is the one that is driving the economic recovery in the short run and the medium run, and also in the long run. Why? I tell you later. Because here, as you can see here, we are facing some sectoral contraction, yeah, coming from the Keynesian domino effect, yeah, because all of the sectors are very much affected, yeah, by the COVID shock, but only several sectors are thriving, yeah, in the short run, which is later I will show you that this very sector, especially coming from the ICT, will be the focal point for the future. The crisis or the recession or the economic contraction that we experienced 2 or 3 quarters ago, and it ends in the first quarter of 2021. We hope so, because In the second quarter of 2021, we already experienced a positive growth, but those recessions are actually very much affected all sectors of the economy. Yeah, it affects also the employment condition, yeah, in Indonesia, and also in the big cities. But to the other perspective, the positive side of COVID, yeah, this is changing the behavior, the sectoral behavior, and also it is actually creating micro entrepreneurship. As you see here, the number of entrepreneurs that is very much created during the COVID period. Yeah, so it is actually losing jobs. Yeah, if I must say that losing jobs does not mean giving up earnings, because they have another alternatives. Many decided to switch jobs and become entrepreneurs. Most entrepreneurs are coming from the small and medium enterprises. Okay, this is the sentiment analysis that we took from our machine, yeah, deep learning AI mechanism, to see the positive, negative, and neutral sentiments along the way. So, but we are seeing actually the positive and neutral sentiments are quite dominant. Yeah? Although we are seeing also the negative sentiments, but positive and neutral are actually outmatching the negative sentiments, fortunately for us Indonesian. Although we are experiencing also another spike since May 2021, because we had this Delta variant coming to our economy. But if I expand the series until this month, actually we are also seeing that the negative sentiments are actually declining over time. Yeah, and this is actually a very good figure, because also several days ago, John Hopkins rated Indonesian government as one of the best government trying to cope with COVID. Yeah, coming from John Hopkins, meaning that this is actually very good judgment. Okay, so we have the quest for economic recovery, which is actually having several scenarios. Yeah, we have the Z-shaped recovery, Nike shoes shape recovery, V-shaped recovery, W-shaped recovery, U-shaped recovery, L-shaped recovery. So which is which? Yeah. Hopefully we are experiencing this kind of recovery, Z-shaped or maybe V-shaped recovery, but we don't expect, or we don't what do you say, we're trying to avoid this L-shaped recovery, because the L-shaped recovery is not even a recovery. Yeah, this is what the economic term mentioned as the economic hysteresis. The economic hysteresis is a phenomena when your equilibrium, when your growth is not reaching the average equilibrium just like before. So we are experiencing actually not economic recovery, but economic stagnancy, yeah, in the coming period. So this is the one that we are trying to avoid. What determines the shape of recovery, of course, coming from several actors: household, businesses, so investment in human capital. But the most dominant actor in the light of crisis or recession is still the government, because the government is the one that is creating the ecosystem, enabling the ecosystem, and creating the economic stimulus for the economy. Okay, so another thing, we are also seeing switching in behavior. I call it the shifting away from brick and mortar. Why? Because in several cities, we are seeing that the workplace, the mobility, coming from the Google mobility, this is the data that we acquire from the Google mobility report. The workplaces are actually still sluggish in terms of mobility, but to the other perspective, in the other hand, we are seeing a growth in residentials. Yeah, as you're seeing now, the trend of work from home, away from the workplaces, is creating the agglomeration effect towards greater Jakarta. Yeah. And anyway, by the way, you're now seeing also some cafes, yeah, cafeteria, coffee shops that are actually, what do you say, mushrooming around the residential area. This is also an interesting fact because now we are seeing that residential area growing. But to the other another perspective to see the growth in the residential area, that now people are becoming more aware of the technology adaptation, especially the digital platform. This is actually the switching behavior. I'm not so sure that this will be the future trend, but to be sure for now, this is actually the short-run behavior, yeah, for most of the consumer, yeah, and also the workers. Okay, so post-recovery alternatives should be coming from the ICT because other sectors, although these are the various sectors that actually creating the biggest multiplier effect, forward and backward linkage to the economy, but it should be also attributed to their risk factor. For example, here, the restaurant, okay, the restaurant will create the forward and backward linkage also to the economy. But if we put the risk factor, this is also very risky. So the restaurant, if you opening up in an extreme way, restaurant will be very much the factor or the sector that actually constraining the future economic growth, because this is when you expand the restaurant, the riskier zone, you're in the brink of facing another outbreak. Okay, so in the light of that, so the most safest, yeah, the safest sector, yeah, and one of the biggest multiplying sector is coming from the ICT sectors. The ICT sector, according to our calculation, is also creating resiliency, yeah, towards the pandemic. And to be fair, and having said that, we are actually seeing that the future economy is actually coming from the ICT sectors. And the powerful attributes of the ICT sector, which is actually differentiate ICT sectors to compared to other sectors. The ICT sectors is not secluded. ICT can engage to other sectoral activities. Yeah, for example, you have the SMEs coming to digital platform. You have the agricultural growth coming also to digital platform. So this is actually the very sector that can become a hub also for the other sectors. So the future of economic recovery, post-COVID recovery, should be coming from the ICT. This is actually the multiplier effect for the creative economy. Yeah. So when you're actually seeing the digital platform is actually, you cannot exclude also some of the creative economic sector. You have the music, publishing, advertising, and so on and so forth. So these various sectors also can push forward the recovery. Coming from several years ago, actually, the word of innovation, yeah, when we see actually the ICT sectors that now is becoming a more major attribute for the future, but actually several years ago, the trend was already begun. Yeah, this is my first academic op-ed version of my research. Yeah, Uber and Gojek, just the start of disruptive innovation in Indonesia. The landmark is actually starting from 2012. Yeah, so that is actually the brink of the adaptive innovation, adaptive technology coming to Indonesia. So we are also seeing on that years, 2014, 2015, the growth of mobile internet, the growth of the cloud technology, Internet of Things, big data, and so on and so forth. And this trend is becoming more and more advanced in this current year, especially because of COVID. So COVID is actually expediting the future of work. What we are experiencing nowadays is actually some expert is expecting this kind of phenomena, online learning, online webinar, seminar, and so on and so forth, coming 5 or 10 years beyond 2020. Okay, so it's about 2030 or 2025. But now we are experiencing the online webinar. We are experiencing the digital platform advancement because of COVID. So COVID is actually expediting the future of works. But we have, because technology is just a commodity, you need to have also capabilities in order to utilize those commodities. Just like Amartya Sen once said in his book, Commodities and Capabilities, it is actually quite useless if you have the commodity, but you don't have enough capability to utilize the coming technology. Okay, in the light of internet penetration in Indonesia is quite actually significant, but in terms of technological utilization in the most productive way is quite lagging. So here we are seeing the data from Susanas. We're seeing that although ICT has become a dominant mode of business, the use of ICT for promotion and transaction are still lagging. It is a very sluggish. Not to mention that coming from the infrastructures, we are actually also lagging behind. Here, as you can see here in Indonesia, the internet bandwidth, the average connection speed is actually quite it's not very good. It's lagging behind or compared to the regional peers. So this is actually the homework for the future. So infrastructure investment, the future of infrastructure investment should actually supporting the ICT backbone in order to driving to productivity in the future. In the light of that, of course, we need also to invite investment. In order to invite investment, we need to increase the capacity of the economy coming from the productivity, labor productivity, human capital, opening up the economy, increasing the innovation factor and then FDI intensity and expanding modes of investment. Technology, if it is interplaying with productive activity, can be actually becoming emancipatory approach to dismantle all kind of the social and economic constraint. This is coming from my recent work along with Dr. Felix Tan, Carmen Leong, and also Barney Tan in the University of Sydney and University of New South Wales. We are seeing that this technology is actually having the specific way to liberalize, liberating the norm and the socioeconomic activities in the way that it will increase the societal welfare. So technology will also create micro-entrepreneurship. So if you're interplaying, if you have the productive interplay between human and technology, this will be welfare increasing norm. Okay, so it should be coming from the quadruple helix ecosystem. In order to survive and to thrive the technology or the digital platform, human and technology interplay, you need to actually be capable of utilizing the technology technological advancement. So in the light of technological utilization, you need to have this collaboration, quadruple helix ecosystem, coming from the government, the university, yeah, the industry, and also the community. Yeah, in that way, we can actually utilize technology in order to further advance the economy. So technology should be human-centered. Right? Yeah, Klaus Schwab said in 2016 that this is actually the beginning of the era of Industrial Revolution 4.0. But the Industrial Revolution 4.0 should be also interplaying with the human. Yeah, if not, the technology itself can be the major, divide factor, yeah, for every income level. So technology can actually divide humans, can also divide humans according to their income activities and so on and so forth. But technology can be also the plausible ecosystem, yeah, to do collaboration. Should be human-centered. It's not technology-centered. Of course, as along this way, I already told you that ICT will become a major determinant factor in the future. But you need to be aware that what is actually the most important is how we can actually utilize the technology. So it should be human-centered. That is why the Japanese version of the Industrial Revolution 4.0 is not Industrial Revolution 4.0, but Society 5.0. So technology will become useless if it is not human-centered. So that is why we need human and also technology interplaying in the most productive way. Technology can be disruptive. This is just like the Clayton Christensen model. Yeah, it can actually also inclusive. Yeah, because nowadays the new entrants, yeah, the startups can actually enter the market, yeah, and actually compete with the incumbents. That is actually the attributes of technology. It can be actually offering you the most inclusive way to enter the market. Previously, we know that under the oligopolistic or monopolistic market, there is a natural barriers to entry, yeah, which is actually very costly to enter the market, compete head-to-head with the incumbents. But technology provide the thematic, the the opportunity to enter the market. Yeah, why? Because we have innovation, the technology is actually disruptive, and so on and so forth. So it can compete with the incumbents. So this is very much the formula, yeah, of the disruptive innovation coming from the Solo Swan model, and we also have this one, yeah. What we this is actually my work with Pak Agung Tristarso from Business University. We're actually having these several formula, and we have presented this formula in UCSD. Yeah, this is actually also a collaboration with the UCSD, with Professor David Mayer from UCSD. And because of the collaboration, we know that technology or innovation is perpetual. Yeah, this is the coupled differential equations. So as a disruptors nowadays, as a startup that actually disrupting, yeah, the incumbents, you need also to be aware that disruptions is perpetual. Yeah, this is the coupled differential equation. So it should be disruptions over disruptions over disruptions. So disruptions is perpetual. So innovation is also perpetual. It is inclusive and also perpetual. So in that way, yeah, the technology or the economic growth is actually quite sustainable in the future. Human and technology interplay. If we are not aware, if we are not be careful, this is the technology and this is us, yeah, and the technology will become the tidal wave that will actually erase humanity if we are not careful. Okay, so I think that is very much my presentation for today. Okay, because I have only a very limited time. So our major goal to utilize the technology nowadays, yeah, to utilize our moment today of the COVID phenomenon that is actually creating and expediting future of works. We are trying as actually to have this one of the goal, yeah, of Indonesia in 2045, yeah, which is to escape from middle income trap. In order to do so, we need to actually expand our productive activity, and this productive activity should be coming from human and technology interplay. If we cannot actually utilize the technology, if human and technology is not going side by side, so maybe this goal is not actually achievable. If we don't achieve this goal, escaping from middle income trap, later the outcome should be we will become old and without becoming rich. So in Indonesian term, you will be kamu akan tua sebelum kaya. Okay, thank you for today, and thank you for having me. I will stop my session here. Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. Fitra, thank you so much for the amazing presentation. We have learned a lot about the recovery of post-COVID from different perspective, especially from economic perspective. Now, I can conclude that COVID is playing as the baseline for further economic development, and COVID is playing such an important role in a short-term period. And you explained very well about how to tackle the future, what are we experiencing nowadays, and what we should do to constrain mobility in order to decrease and stop the COVID change, as well as enhancing an economic sector. And we also take a look into a macroeconomic overview of the rich are getting richer and the poor are getting poorer. Which creates a large economic gap. And while the government are trying to do some relaxation in fiscal policy for the rich to spend their money. We also learned that we are facing a domino effect by the COVID shock, but only several sectors are thriving, which affect the employment conditions. For instance, people lose their jobs, some of them have not been paid for months. However, these phenomena create a positive side, which emerge a numbers of entrepreneurs, whether it's in beauty or fashion sectors. We could see that in this era. And we also learn about the economic recovery, which we have Z-shape, Nike swoosh shape, V-shape, W-shape, U-shape, and I-shape recovery. We also learned that the most and less risky and the future of post-COVID recovery sectors are from the ICT sectors. And the ICT might as well engage with other activities such as agriculture and others. And we learned about the digital revolution in Indonesia, which consists of intense development of mobile internet, cloud technology, Internet of Things, big data, and advanced analysis. And this advancement somehow is caused by COVID. Although the ICT has become a dominant mode of business, the ICT for promotion, transaction, and infrastructure are still lagging. We also learn about quadruple helix ecosystem, which we can use the technology to further advance the economy. Now, Mr. Fitra really made us aware that the technology should be interplaying with the human. Of course, if not, then the technology could be destructive for the civilization. Nowadays, also, he highlighted that startups can compete with the company, and this is considered as an inclusive way to enter the market. We learned about disruptive innovation, and we overview a formula of solo swan model of technology disruption, and we need to be aware of the disruption that it is perpetual. Now, this is really important. So our major goal is to utilize technology, as Mr. Fitra said, to achieve the goal of escaping the middle class economy contract today. And it should also come from human interplay. Oke, jadi terima kasih banyak Mr. Fitra atas presentasinya. Kita mendapat wawasan yang banyak sekali, yaitu mengenai pasca pemulihan COVID manusia dan interaksi teknologi. Bahwasannya COVID bermain sebagai dasar untuk pembangunan ekonomi lebih lanjut. COVID sekarang memainkan peran penting dalam periode jangka pendek. Yang kita bahas adalah bagaimana cara kita menghadapi masa depan di situasi pandemi, especially di sektor ekonomi, dan kita juga belajar mengenai gambaran ekonomi makro. Ada konsep bahwa yang kaya semakin kaya, yang miskin semakin miskin, yang menciptakan kesenjangan ekonomi yang besar. Namun pemerintah mencoba melakukan relaksasi dalam kebijakan fiskal bagi orang kaya untuk membelanjakan uang-uangnya, which creates a paradox of money flow. And now kita juga menghadapi efek domino oleh goncangan COVID dan beberapa sektor yang mempengaruhi beberapa sektor. Juga mempengaruhi kondisi pekerjaan orang-orang, yaitu seperti kehilangan pekerjaan, beberapa dari mereka tidak dibayar selama berbulan-bulan. Namun fenomena ini menciptakan sisi positif, di mana menyebabkan meningkatnya jumlah pengusaha di Indonesia maupun di luar negeri. Kami juga belajar mengenai pemulihan ekonomi dalam bentuk Z, naik swoosh, bentuk V, bentuk W, bentuk U, dan pemulihan bentuk L. Kita juga belajar bahwa sektor pemulihan pasca COVID yang tidak beresiko dan mempunyai potensi di masa depan adalah dari sektor TIK yang bisa terlibat dengan kegiatan lain seperti pertanian, fashion, dan lain-lain. Revolusi digital Indonesia terdiri dari perkembangan pesat mobil of internet, teknologi cloud, Internet of Things, big data, dan analisis. Meskipun TIK menjadi mode bisnis yang dominan sekarang, TIK untuk promosi transaksi dan infrastruktur masih tertinggal. Kami belajar juga mengenai inovasi disrupsi, bahwa formula disrupsi teknologi itu mengalami gangguan yang terus-menerus, so it's not constant. Nah, tujuan utama kami adalah untuk memanfaatkan teknologi untuk mencapai tujuan melarikan diri dari kontrak tengah ekonomi, dan itu harus berasal dari interaksi manusia. Kalau tidak, peradaban manusia akan berakhir. Thank you so much, Mr. Fitra, for the amazing presentation. Next, we have the third speaker. That will be delivered by Mr. Muhammad Nizam Jafar. He will convey about the development of the creative economy in the Sharia trading sector of era 5.0. Hello, Dr. Nizam, are you there?
Hi, good morning. I'm here. Thank you for having me here.
How are you?
I'm doing good. Thank you.
Okay. Now, before Dr. Nizam explains the material, I will read out his CV. All right, so this is Dr. Nizam CV. His full name is Muhammad Nizam Jafar, PhD, and his educational background is he graduated from Doctor of Philosophy Islamic Finance in 2015. He graduated from Master of Business Administration, and he was also in BBA Hans Finance and Associate American degree, as well as Sijil Pelajaran Malaysia. Now, his professional experience in University of Technology Mara as a current senior lecturer in Department of Islamic Banking and Finance. He teach courses, prepare and examine university-wide final exam papers, handle industrial training, and to advise students, supervise, involve in Malaysia qualifications, part of evaluation panel, conduct research and provide consultancy, developer, examiner, and reviewer of exam papers, serve as a resource person and academic advisor for Islamic banking students, advise Islamic banking and finance students from their final year of research project. Now, he also has experience in Bank Muamalat as in charge in commercial of higher purchase business and musyarakah venture. He also has an experience in mapping Berhad as a senior executive in 2000 until 2005 as a credit officer for commercial and higher purchase business, as well as and yes, he has a lot of academic appointments and service. For instance, in external appointments, he have interview panel for AAGB's internal examiner for proposal defense, examiner for DBA student title, examiner for master student title, article journal review, book review, and a lot more. And he also have university appointments as the coordinator for DBA and PhD programs of AAGBs, course expert of several courses in MIBF, committee member of AOL, committee member of curriculum review, committee member of research committee. Now, these are the courses that he taught, such as financial management, investing management, banking and financial institution, financial market and institution, banking operations, Islamic banking and financial services, Islamic business transaction, Islamic capital market, research methodology, and personal financial planning. All right, those are the brief profile of Dr. Nizam. Now let's move into his presentation. Dr. Nizam, please, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Let me share my slide first. Can you see my slide? Okay, I think I better stop video so that you can have a better, more clear with regards to my presentation. Okay, Assalamualaikum and very good morning to Madam Moderator, the Dean of your university, Head of Economy Unit, Professor, Lecturer, ladies and gentlemen. First, I would like to extend my warmest appreciation for having me here for your program at Faculty of Islamic Economy and Business within Sunan Ampel. Okay, thank you so much for the generous introduction about myself. Okay, so since I will be the last speaker, I hope that all of you still can bear with me. I think many of the topic that I want to present has been presented by the previous speaker. So I'm going to make my talk as short and sweet as possible. Okay. So the topic given to me basically is about Society 5.0 era for creative economy in Asia. So I think this is very interesting topic. But to tell you the truth, basically in Malaysia, we not really embark into this framework Society 5.0. We still try to focus on Industry 4.0, where we still to improve the infrastructure for Industrial 4.0. Because in order to have Society 5.0, it requires a lot of infrastructure. For example, you need to have big data, you need to have a very Internet of Things. Internet must be very fast. Okay, it's more like 5G. Cannot be 3G, 4G is not suitable. And then you need to acquire artificial intelligence. So far, we still embark on this program. The Internet 5.0, 5G will be rolled on this year. I think we have spent like 15 billion in Malaysia to have this 5G all over the place so that we can participate in Society 5.0. So we have many fintech company in Malaysia because we also have technology park like in San Francisco, we call Cyberjaya, where all the IT company is being given tax-free to set up their business over there. Okay, and then we still embark on artificial intelligence. Okay, we still in progress. But however, because of the COVID-19 and also the political unstable, because we have changed so many prime minister nowadays, will make it the progress quite slow. Supposedly we supposed to roll on the 5G program last year because of so many hiccup. then we have to a little bit delay our initiative to have this 5G, this 5G. So once 5G is established, I think we can participate in Society 5.0. So basically, it's very good practice lah to have this blueprint on how to change the economy. Because frankly speaking, I'm not an economist. Okay, I'm finance. But anyway, since I was invited by the organizer to share you with regards to 5.0, so I will try my best to explain with regards to, but not from perspective of economy. Okay, so I think we have the second speaker who talked so much about economy. I think it's very good. So it's very good to have a blueprint. For example, in Malaysia, we have a 5 years short-term plan. We call it as Rancangan Malaysia. It depends. We have Rancangan Malaysia pertama, kedua, and now we are already at Rancangan Malaysia ke 12th edition. And then we also have like version 2020. So this was launched in 20 years back, whereby we wanted to make Malaysia become industrial country. Okay, by default, by 2020, we're supposed to be an industrial country. That is the blueprint that Malaysia have been launched by our Prime Minister, Dr. Mahathir, when he was first become the Prime Minister. But in order to achieve that, we need to achieve economic growth of 8% every year. Every year must have 8%. Because of the few hiccup, for example, financial crisis in 1998, and then we have also financial turbulence in 2008, we have not achieved 8% growth. We have certain year we have achieved 8% growth, but there are certain year that we have negative growth and so on. So this cannot make Malaysia become a industrial country by 2020. So we have prolonged it and make it 2030. We call it a prosperity vision. We want to change Malaysia, become an industrial country, developed country by vision by 2030. Okay, so Society 5.0 is actually coming from Japan. I think Malaysia do love Japan, but this time around we cannot participate because of we have the constraint in terms of the infrastructure. To tell you the truth, basically the history of relationship between Malaysia and Japan, we are the first country to really focus on Japan because in 1980, when our Prime Minister Dr. Mahathir, he was appointed as Prime Minister, he launched a policy of look east, whereby before that, every country is looking at west. So we are the first country to look at east. We try to adopt all the culture from Japan. In fact, like we are doing exercise every morning following the Japan practice. And as a result, a lot of Japanese factory come into Malaysia. So that's why we have changed from our economy from agriculture, we become the some sort of industrial country. So this is because of we have received many investment from Japan from the policy of look east. Unfortunately, we cannot participate this Society 5.0, and we hope that we can really participate it in the future. So what is Society 5.0? It's a human-centered society that balance economy, advance with the resolution of social problem by system that highly integrate cyberspace and also physical space. Okay, later on I will explain more detail. In order to have that, they need a super intelligent society. The society must be very intelligent. So that's why if you want to look from perspective of Asian country, I think the previous speaker have mentioned that not many countries do really ready for this Society 5.0. Okay? Because this Society 4.0, they need to full integration from big data, okay, Internet of Things, and also artificial intelligence. You must have a very fast internet, okay? Because internet become very important in order for you to access big data and also to help you to make decision by the artificial intelligence. So if you have this, then it's possible to have the Society 5.0. If not, I think we have many limitations in order to have that. Okay, because the idea of having Society 5.0 is because of there are so many constraints that faced by Japan and also can be extended to the country in Southeast Asia. For example, in terms of aging population, limited energy supply, we need to improvise rural community, and then facing by natural disaster, okay, around that global issue. So by having big data, artificial intelligence, and also Internet of Things, we can share all the information with regards to transportation, agriculture, medical care, manufacturing, environment, and also education. So, this is what we call it Society 5.0. But before we going to achieve Society 5.0, there is a so-called a process. Okay, the evolution. Okay, it start off from the Society 1.0, whereby the society focus on hunting and gathering, and then Society 2.0, Society 3.0, and then Society 4.0, which is called Industrial 4.0, and lastly but not least, that we are focusing now, which is Society 5.0. So in order for us to embrace what is Society 5.0, I think we can simply go through a little bit, so that I think as a student, you can really get more information with regard to this society. This is also in line with the Industrial Revolution. So we have Industrial 1.0, Industrial 2.0, 3.0, 4. And 4.0. Okay. So with regards to Industrial 1.0, this is the first industry, okay, the first revolution, which is one of the most significant society, economy, and also technological transformation in human history. This is where people start to change from agriculture, they change to the manufacturing. But this is very basic process whereby they start to invent a machine, energy generation option, and so on. But this is the basic one. And then followed by second industrial revolution, whereby they start to use automatic machine that manufacture part. They start to use more advanced energy, for example, like electricity and oil. Before that, they will use only steam. So then they can create more production, okay, which change the society from the poor people. Now people start to enjoy wealthy, good income, because we can manufacture a lot of things and people can get job, okay, by having many industry, many factories, okay. And then we have Industry 3.0, which is more advanced. This was led by US, Japan, and Europe. Okay, they start to use features of industry automation. Now we start to use automation, whereby machine can work by itself. Okay, then we also start to use microchip and integrated electronic component. We replace a storage and communication method. We start to have ICT and so on. So, so this is attribute to the Industrial 4.0. Okay, so Industrial 4.0 is, I think, what we are having now is more like Industry 4.0. Okay, so this is the where we start to have internet, we start to have big data, robotic, everything become all the information within our fingertips. We can know what happened in the other country by having the internet, in the social media, for example, in other country who can go viral to other country as well. So everything is well informed. Okay, so this is where the Industry 4.0 was marked by the velocity of disruptive changes of cyber physical system, smart industry, automatic knowledge, deep knowledge, big data, and Internet of Things. And in terms of the social society also have changed because of this Industry 4.0. We can create more wealthy people. A lot of people become billionaires because of all this IT. So the society now have changed from a poor nation, now we become a wealthy nation. Okay. So with regard to the society, we have Society 4.1, which is based on nomad. People spend most of the time hunting and gathering fruit. Okay. So this is not very productive. And then we start to move to Society 2.0, whereby people start to become self-sufficient because they know how to plan their food. Okay, they can start to focus on many more things because they don't spend most of the time go hunting anymore. Okay, and then we have Society 3.0, whereby people start to earn more money because they have produced a factory and so on. People now become wealthier. So this is the transition that happened in Malaysia. Before that, Malaysia was agriculture country. We are very poor. My grandfather, I think I listened to the story of my grandfather. He used a hard time because very difficult. But then in 1970, we changed to the industrial society where a lot of factories start to build up. And then my parents start to move to the town and get good income. Okay, so the society now changed from the poor nation become some sort like well off lah. Many people start to earn more money, to increase more salary and so on. Okay, and then we after we have earned more money and so on, then we start to have a technology, which is so-called Industry 4.0. I think Industry 4.0 is very famous. I think most of the nations still in the process of establishing Industry 4.0. I think Malaysia now in the process of establishing themselves to become Industry 4.0. Okay? Things and people are connected to any place in the world. For example, we have Google search engine. We can simply ask questions from Google to know a lot of things. Okay? Technology features of the information society have strengthened by the government due to the positive effect produced on the economy. Currently, to the secure to the work market, one must possess skill related to the use of information. Now, if you want to work, they need the knowledge on the technology. So, in order for you to get the job, you must know how to access to the internet. You must know how to operate the computer and so on. So this is some sort like the Industry 4.0. But from Industry 4.0, then we move to the Industry 5.0, whereby we try to provide a solution for better human life through the infrastructure that I mentioned just now, which is the Internet of Things, big data, and also artificial intelligence. So this is the foundation in order to become the Society 5.0. So I think we need to strengthen the Industrial 4.0. So if you have a very strong strong big data, you must have a very fast internet. Okay, you must be supported by many technology like artificial intelligence. So this infrastructure will help us to bring a solution for a better human life. So this is where we have a Society 5.0. Okay. So the information of Society 4.0 is a cross-sectional sharing of knowledge and information, which is not enough and cooperation was difficult. Because Industry 4.0 is you are work in silo. You only focus on, for example, just internet. Okay, for example, just getting data, but it's not integrated. Whereas in the Society 4.0, you need to integrate all the infrastructure that you have, like big data, like the internet, and also artificial intelligence to working each other for you to make to solve a lot of problems that you have. Okay, so that is where we are achieving a Society 4.0. Okay, so the Society 4.0 is focused on problem solving and also value creation. This is through the internet. This is through the artificial intelligence. Okay, for Society 4.0, it is based on the university. Okay, liberalized on suppression of individual. Okay, but for Society 4.0, it is more diversified, whereby society where everyone can exercise diverse ability. This can be done through the technology. I will explain it later on. Okay, we are creating the environment of resilience and also sustainable environment of harmony. Okay, so with regards to the current situation, knowledge and environment are not shared and cross-section value is difficult to create. This is the Society 4.0. We are work in silo, right? We only work in ourselves. We just go through the internet, okay, but it is not integrated. By the Internet of Things 5.0, Internet of Things will connect all the people and things, all sort of knowledge and information will be shared, and totally new value will be born. Okay, so how beauty will be the Society 4.0. We can get all the information through the big data, and then on top of that, we can get the artificial intelligence to make decision for us. Okay, And then what happened to the current hold on. Okay. The problem of the variety of constraint exists with the respect of social problems such as the aging society and regional depopulation making sufficient respond difficult. Okay, so by having society 5.0, the technology and so on, the social issue will be overcome and human will be liberated from the various type of constraint. This is also can be applied to the other country in the Southeast Asia. Okay, with the overflow of information, the work of finding and analyze the information desired is difficult and burdensome. But with the help of the internet, with the help of the artificial intelligence, AI will free human from the burdensome of work of analyzing huge amount of information. Okay, so all these things is being helped by the three items that I mentioned just now: the artificial intelligence, the internet, and also the big data. Okay. So, society 5.0 will achieve a high degree of convergence between cyberspace and also physical space. So you see how this happen? Basically, we will rely on big data. Big data will accumulate all the information, all the data that we have. Okay, and then everything will be analyzed by AI. Okay, from the AI, they will translate it to the machine. Okay, data collected by the service and device. Data collected by service and device, like for example, like motor vehicle, machine will be access all the information that has been given by the AI, and then the machine will be implemented by a robot. For example, you look at in US, now all the car can drive by their own. Okay, how it is possible? This is possible because in US they have a big data. They have so many information, okay? And the big data is being helped by the artificial intelligence to give them all the information. For example, which route to take, okay, which is the safest place to go, how much speed that the car should be accelerate, and many more. And then they will, through the internet, this information will be channeled to the smart car. And then the smart car receive all the information, then the car can be drive by the own. So you see, in US, I think there are many cars, especially is being manufactured by Tesla. Okay, so all these cars can be drive by their own. So when I was still young, I used to watch a television movie, so-called television series. It's called Knight Rider. Knight Rider. I was so fascinated where the car can be drive by their own. Okay, now it become a reality. So this can happen because of we have the big data and we have the AI, and this thing can be translated into the data sensor and device and sensor that being obtained in the car, and then they will be implemented by the machine and the robots. Okay, so I think this is only possible if we have big data. Okay, if you don't have big data, if your internet is very slow, I think it is impossible to implement this. That's why for Malaysia, for my country, we need to embark on the 5G first. Okay, the big data, I think, is not a problem, but we need to implement 5G. Once we have 5G, I think all these things can be implemented. We can have a car that can be driven by their own. Okay, we can have a robot to do all the stuff. We don't need a maid anymore later on, maybe, because all the robot can do all the tasks. Okay, for example, and they get data from the big data actually. Okay, for 4.0, they just based on the cloud. Okay, they keep by themselves, but the industry 5.0, we rely on the big data and we rely on the artificial intelligence. And then they will translate all the information into the physical space, either through the motor vehicle, to the machine, to the robot, so that the car can be automatic driving. I think in Malaysia we have two places that have 5G full-fledged. One is in the Putrajaya, in the side Putrajaya. So we have the 5G infrastructure. So I think the technology 5G is being tested in Putrajaya. and we in Langkawi. Okay, so if Pulau Langkawi is our so-called holiday destination. So if you can visit Malaysia after the COVID is over, I think everything there is a 5G infrastructure. The internet is very fast. Everything is being controlled by the robot in Langkawi. So how do this will impact in the Asia Asian region, the creative economy? If you look at the healthcare issue, now I think because of the we have improved our healthcare, a lot of people can prolong their life. Now the average people who can live up to 70 or 80 years old, unlike the old people, the previous generation, they only can live like 50 or 60 years old. Because of that, we have so many aging society. So aging society, they have many problems in terms of to increase in medical and also social security expenses. So by having this big data and so on, we can connect and share information between medical data user, including medical checkup record as well as treatment and nursing care record, so that everything is being integrated, meaning that the old people don't have to go to the clinic anymore. We can have the information in the fingertips. The data can evaluate, can give you whatever information that you are required, and put remote medical care service into the practice. Use AI and robot at nursing care facilitate support people. For example, by connecting and sharing medical data that is now dispersed into various hospitals, effective medical treatment based on data would be provided. Remote medical care make it possible that elderly people will no longer have to visit to the hospital frequently. Also, they can measure and manage health data such as heart rate while at home, so that it is possible to extend people healthy life expectancy. So in terms of this advantage, then we will be the doctor don't have work anymore because now we can depend so much on the AI to give us the consultation. We don't need doctor anymore. We don't have to go to the hospital. So this is the future that we going to embrace. In terms of mobility, for example, mobility. So I think the previous speaker also have mentioned, now we can use, for example, the automation. We don't have to hire driver anymore. We can simply, in fact, we can use drone for the area which is very remote, don't have the facility like road and so on. With the big data, we can use the drone to so-called transport few things. For example, there are many examples that people can use now drone to do a lot of things, to handle parcel and so on. So this is the things that going to happen in the future. And then infrastructure also. Before this, Malaysia depends so much on the labor, especially from Indonesia, and a lot of labor from Indonesia, Bangladesh, and in fact in other nations also, in Japan, they depend so much on the workforce. So by having this robot and so on, then everything can be maintained by the robot and AI. So just imagine what's going to happen in the future. The negative side will be a lot of us we don't have work anymore because everything is being taken over by the robots. So by employing the new technology, including information and communication technology, robot, sensor for inspection and maintenance system that require specialized skill, detection of places that need repair can be made at early stage. So now everything we can have a zero defect because everything is being inspected, can be handled by the robots and so on. So in terms of fintech, I think the first speaker did mention, before this we have to go to the bank in order to transfer money and so on. Now we can use blockchain. We are having a cashless society, and on top of that, we can also use the AI to make investment. There are many tech company nowadays has been set up, use AI to make decision in terms of which stock to purchase. I'm from the area of finance. So we have many companies nowadays. The AI will do the job of fund manager. Now the fund manager know no work anymore because the AI will help them to evaluate, identify which stock to invest. Okay, and beside that, for credit officer also, the banking. I have experience working in bank as a credit officer. Okay, last time I used to work long hours, prepare the proposal, to give recommendation whether the paper the customer is visible or not, for the credit. But now we can use the AI, okay, by inputting all the information in place. That AI will come out with the solution. This customer suitable for the loan. Okay, so then a lot of things can become very very fast and so on. So, but the negative side, as I said, for the humankind, we will out of job lah, because everything will be taken over by the artificial intelligence. And this is require a very good infrastructure in order to do that. Okay. So this society 4.0, they will provide the preventive examination robot supported caregiving. This will the positive side. Then we can expect expanding a healthy life expectancy, and on top of that, we can reduce the social costs. Now people don't have to go to the hospital anymore, okay? Because the cost to go to hospital is very expensive, okay? So everything can be well informed with all the information that we receive from the robot. And then in terms of energy diversification, we can receive energy diversification, local production. We're going to have a stable supply of energy, okay? And then we also going to have automating the agriculture industry, optimal home delivery, okay? Now we depend so much on the delivery service, for example. Now, once we use AI, we use big data and so on, everything can be delivered automatically, automation. Okay, so these are the things that we're going to, what we expect and embrace for the society 5.0. Okay, we're going to have a comfort life. Everything can be taken over by robot. Robot can do all the house call. For example, now cooking also we can rely on the robot. Once we have integrated the big data and so on. And then we can use robot to take care of our parents. Maybe our parents, we use a maid or something to take care of them. Once the robot, everything being with all the information that we have, then the robot can take care. Okay. Then we're going to have a high quality life, more convenient, safe and secure life. Okay. So big data, AI, and so on can give us a lot of comfortable. For example, for car, we can use an automation car. Okay, and then we can also we cannot get lost because the car can be guided, can bring us wherever destination that we want to go. Just mention it where we want to go with the big data and the process of the AI. Then the car will bring us to the shortest destination, can avoid jam, okay, and very safe because everything is being controlled by the computer, okay. And then on top of that, you can also go to travel. You can get information, for example, which hotel to be stay. Everything is in big data. Big data will give you all the information. What is your budget? Okay, how long you want to stay? The big data through AI will give you the solution. Okay, you don't have to think about where to stay anymore because everything is being there. Okay, in terms of the weather, maybe for Malaysia and Indonesia, weather is not very much concerned, but in other country, weather is very important. Okay, so with the big data and so on, we will get information, which day to go out, which day to go for picnic and so on, because everything is being gathered by the big data and so on. Okay, so this is and then the issue of healthcare and caregiving. Okay, we can have a comfortable living because providing living support and conversational by partner by robots. Okay, as we are getting better for our healthcare, I think most of people now can live up to 80 years old or 75 years old. During that time, your children already leave you. They have their own family. Most of us will live alone, like my parents. Okay, My parents now, they are 75 years old. Okay, all their children are already grown out, and nobody stay with them. So sometimes I feel very concerned who going to take care of them. But now, because of we have the Society 4.0, whereby we have robot and so on, so I think we can rely on robot to take care of my parents. Okay, and then they will provide the health promotion, early detection of illness through a real health checkup. The machine will inform us, this is time to take medicine. What is your heart rate? What is your blood pressure? What the machine or the AI will evaluate your health condition. So this is really going to change. It's a game changer now. I would say it's a game changer. Once everything is in place, once all the country, Indonesia, for example, or Malaysia, start to have the good infrastructure, like we have 5G, we have the big data and AI in place, is going to be a big changer. A lot of things can be changed. We cannot do the same traditional way of doing business, because if we depend on the traditional business, then we are left behind, because everything will be taken over by the machine. Okay, there will be no more bank officer. There will be, the numbers of doctor will be limited, because everything can be taken over by the machine and so on. Okay, so I think I don't want to prolong so much, because we already have two speakers just now. I think the longer I will give my speech, the less concentration from the student, from the audience, because according to the study, people can concentrate only 40 minutes. More than that, then cannot be concentrate. So I will not take my speech become longer. I wish that I can spend more time to explain all these things, because since I am the last speaker, I try to become a good people, good one. So I will make my presentation sweet and short as possible. Okay. So my conclusion is that with this AI, with this Society 4.0, okay, this will, hold on, can see. Okay, there are many problems that being arise. For example, failing population, decline in industrial competition. Then we're going to have a smart society undoubted by the decrease of population. And then we're going to, the problem that we have, like super aging society, lack of women active in the active participation, then we're going to have a society in which every individual, including the elderly people and women, can actively participate. Because why? Because everything is being assisted by the machine and equipment. Okay, so we have an equal footing nowadays. Okay, no more being segregated by the gender and so on. Okay, and then there are also the issue of disaster and terrorism, this problem of infrastructure. So we're going to have a safe and secure society in both cyber and physical space. The issue of environment problem, lack of resources and water, society that gathered the solution of global environment issue. Okay, so so that's what I can share. Basically, the Society 4.0. I'm not talking so much with regards to on the technical. I look at the basic from the basic perspective. How do the Society 5.0 is going to become a game changer for the society in the future, okay? Whereby we will rely on the internet, Internet of Things, we call it, and then we will rely on big data, and then we also rely on the artificial intelligence in order for us to make the society be a better place to stay. Okay, a lot of things, a lot of problem, a lot of constraint that we face will be solved once we embark on this Society 4.0. Okay, so with that, I think I end up my presentation, right?
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Nizam, for the explicit presentation. We really learned a lot from your perspective. And for we learned a lot about the impact of the 5.0 era for the creative economy in ASEAN, and in order to move to society 4.0, we need to be able to establish the infrastructure such as big data, Internet of Things, and AI. And yes, not a lot of countries are ready for society 5.0. There are so many constraints that are faced by Japan, and this is why it is Japan is planning to move to society 5.0. We can where we can share all the information in cultural, educational, economical field. We also learn about the history of the Industrial Revolution from the first until the fifth revolution, and also our current era is the Industrial Revolution of 4.0, where we begin to explore the internet and we're starting to adopt the big data and AI, IO, and those things. And we also learned about the history of the society revolution, starting from society 1.0 until society 5.0. And Dr. Nizam also mentioned how the revolution of industry as well as society 5.0 works in implementing machines and robots, data collections by sensor and devices. Then the data is being accumulated by big data in cyberspace, and the big data will be analyzed by the AI, and this cycle repeated. And yes, the impact of society 5.0 is, of course, will impact the health life expectancy, will reduce social cost and health in connecting and sharing information between medical data users, including medical checkup records, in using AI and robots at nursing care facilities, and much more. And in transportation, we also have the impact where vehicle will be driverless and we will never get lost, because we have like maps for the vehicles to drive us around, and we also have sensors and AI robots that will take over the maintenance in the road, also in houseworks, and probably in legal fields. We also use the impact are also in using blockchain technology, which makes money transfer much more easier, and we can do a cashless payment. And to conclude, that the society will really experience advancements, and society 5.0, according to Dr. Nizam, will be a game changer for human civilization, and everything will be easier. Terima kasih Dr. Nizam atas presentasinya. Kita mendapatkan banyak sekali wawasan bahwa dampak era 5.0 bagi ekonomi kreatif di ASEAN. Untuk menuju masyarakat 4.0, kita harus bisa membangun infrastruktur seperti big data, Internet of Things, dan artificial intelligence untuk mumpuni bagi suatu negara untuk menuju era di era masyarakat 5.0. Kami belajar banyak tentang sejarah revolusi industri, dari revolusi industri pertama hingga kelima, di mana sekarang kita berada di revolusi, di mana negara Indonesia sekarang berada di revolusi industri 4.0, di mana kita mulai merambah internet dan kita mulai mengadopsi big data, artificial intelligence, dan Internet of Things. Dampak-dampak yang mungkin akan kita alami adalah memperpanjang harapan hidup sehat bagi lansia dan orang-orang, mengurangi biaya sosial dalam menghubungkan dan berbagi informasi antara pengguna data medis, termasuk catatan pemeriksaan medis dan lain-lain, menggunakan artificial intelligence dan robot di fasilitas perawatan. Dalam ranah transportasi, kendaraan akan tanpa pemudi, di mana kita juga tidak akan tersesat karena kendaraan tersebut akan menggunakan peta yang sudah dirancang dalam kendaraan tersebut. Sensor dan robot artificial intelligence akan mengambil alih pemeliharaan seperti pekerjaan rumah tangga, audit hukum, dan lain-lain. Menggunakan teknologi seperti rantai blok untuk mentransfer uang dan memudahkan bagi orang-orang untuk pembayaran tanpa uang tunai. Masyarakat akan benar-benar mengalami kemajuan dan masyarakat 5.0 akan menjadi sebuah game changer menurut Dr. Nizam bagi peradaban manusia, bahwa semuanya akan lebih mudah. Ya, itu saja yang dapat saya konklusikan dari Dr. Nizam. Selanjutnya kita ke materi 4. Maybe some of you guys have been waiting for this and had a chance to guess who the mystery guest is today. So let me introduce you and let us take a look to the last speaker for ASEAN's creative economy. Now, the last speaker will be Bapak Hermawan Adinubowo. Hello, Mr. Hermawan, are you here? Can you hear my voice?
Sure, I'm here.
All right, I can see the spirit. How are you?
Good.
Okay. Now, before you deliver your materials, I would like, please allow me to read your CV.
Sure.
Thank you. All right, so this is Mr. Danny Hermawan Adi Wibowo, CV. Now, his education, he graduated from Faculty of Economics, University of Indonesia. His master's degree was in Yale University, and his third degree was in Cornell University. His working experience was in Bank Indonesia from 1997 until 2015, and his office, he's also has work experience in Office of Special Staff President in 1997 until 2015, and now he's in Bank Indonesia in the East Java. Now, his organization experience is in Iluni, Faculty of Economics of University of Indonesia, Task Force Housing Policy, and Bank of International Settlement in Basel, Switzerland. Wow. And wow, I can see that he has a lot of achievement. And yes, this is the brief of Mr. Danny Hermawan Adi Wibowo CV. Now, please, Sir Danny, the floor is yours.
All right. May I say good morning, everyone? First, I want to give appreciation for this international webinar, especially for the Dean of Faculty of Economics of UINSA, and also the program director, as well as all the lecturer here, and lastly, all the participants and the committee here as well. So I would like to say thank you for the previous speaker, of course, because I really enjoyed the discussion here. It's a really comprehensive, like we talk about the recovery program. I mean, from let's say after this pandemic, of course, this is an unexpected issue. If we stand on 2019, we didn't have any vision about the situation in 2020 about COVID. So can we go to the presentation material? The committee has my presentation material, or I can share mine as well.
Yes, you could share your screen if you would.
Okay, all right. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. So, as a last speaker today, thanks for Dr. Nizam for introducing the Society 5.0. So I don't have to go over one by one, but I guess there will be a slightly overlapping. But I will bring this discussion in a light way, sort of like storytelling. Okay, my name is Danny Hermawan, and I'm a director assistant in Bank Indonesia East Java. I moved here on September 2019, so almost 2 years here, and I really enjoy East Java, and because as the second biggest contributor to the national economy after Jakarta, and the economy is so huge on industrial, trading, and of course agriculture. Okay, so the title is Impact of Society 5.0 Era for Industry in Asian Region. Okay, I might go over again about the Society 5.0. I go over the full screen. All right. So, Industrial Revolution 4.0 is the use of digital and computer technology. Dr. Nizam has presented very well about this transition, of course, from the Industrial Revolution 1.0 throughout all the process into the 4.0. Of course, it includes the industry, manufacturing, and lifestyle in general. Well, I would like to propose that my discussion is more on the reality, not just a dream, because there will be a lot of complexities in that situation. Everyone here, I'm really sure here about the discussion of a child-free, like millennials generation right now are considering have no children because of maybe the cost of raising children is rising heavily, and maybe the discussion of child-free is looming right now. And for your information, right now the total our Indonesian total fertility rate is around I guess 2.1, almost 2.1. So if I say the average is 2.1, there must be a society that have children less than 2. Maybe 1 children is enough. Or let's say the median is around 2 or 3 right now. It's a lot differs with the, of course, previous generation that has children around 10, 11, 9, 7, 8, 6. I myself come from I have 2 relatives, 1 sister, 1 brother, but my father and my mother they came from a big family, like 10 or 11. So we can see the decreasing pattern of children, family with children in Indonesia. That phenomenon, of course, will speed up the let's say the aging society years. Previously, 2045 is the expected calculation from the UN, from Indonesia entering the aging society. But of course, it might change. We are facing uncertain times, uncertain era, including this COVID-19. And of course, the pattern of family having children will change drastically sooner than expected. But of course, if we stick about the topic, Society 0.5, well, is it's society 5.0 itself is an advanced stage that will complete the industry 4.0, because society 5.4 that Dr. Nizam explained will focus on the social side of technological development. The industry itself is the Industrial Revolution 4.0. So in a human-centric society where economic development and positive social change can occur, people can enjoy high quality and comfortable life. Of course, in my generation, we don't have Google. Now, Google is our first source of finding almost everything. From YouTube, we can learn to cook and become good at cooking and baking. That we are never expected that situation like 10 or 20 or 30 years ago, right? So now everyone can enjoy a high quality and comfortable life. We can learn yoga. We can learn exercise through YouTube. We don't have to go to expensive gym. We just have enough data, and turn on the YouTube, and we can follow the move of the instructor from the YouTube. So getting healthy, you can do it by yourself at home. So the matter of choice of health is in your hand in the society 4.0. Well, of course, I don't want to go over this step as Dr. Nizam has explained, but the background of the emergence of society 4.0, of course, is to solve the problem that exists in the industry 4.0, such as the imbalance of technological development and the welfare of the people. The distance between technology and humans is still visible. Of course, let's say company has the choice to use robotics. But what about employment? A lot of people will be unemployed if company use robots. So that's why for ourselves entering industry 4.0, we still have like a balanced consideration between employment and automation. Of course, if we talk about let's say I borrow the discussion with the Pelindo 3, the port, like let's say in the Teluk Lamong, will use the full automated system with the robots, because of course nobody strong enough to lift the container, so they have to use crane. But to use crane, they have to see the most efficient way, the most profitable way. So to do so, we have to use a robot, of course. But for let's say more labor focused, or let's say padat karya or labor focused industry, there will be a bit reluctancy to use industry 4.0. So therefore, the goal of society 4.0 is to remove boundaries between people and technology, to create a society where people enjoy life to the fullest. So I guess the most important here is the education. We graduated from, let's say, Faculty of Economics. I myself graduated from Faculty of Economics during my master and my PhD. But of course, nowadays, I have to learn new things like big data, machine learning, because the findings in this area will ease our life in a better way. I will steal one story from the findings in the machine learning. One of my friend is one of staff in the Bank Indonesia. She's a junior. She's graduated from Surabaya University. In his thesis or tugas akhir thesis, she found with machine learning RGB pixel called convolution neural network to create the image that the low class MRI, we know the MRI or body scan or brain scan in hospital, MRI has a grade like a low class, middle class, and high class. Of course, if you can pay more, you can enjoy the high class scanning. But if you are unable to pay more, we can enjoy only the low class brain scanning or body scanning through MRI. But my friend find methods with machine learning that render the pixel that the quality of the low MRI, the quality is as good or approaching the high quality. So let's say we don't have enough money to pay the high quality MRI, but the result is very satisfactory. I mean, the result of the scan is mimicking or close to the high quality MRI. That's good findings that really enable us to enjoy the technology. Well, I have to go over that the term of society 4.0 came from Japan. Because why? Japan is the first country that experienced the aging society. The story is funny. When Japan enters the aging society, the diapers, popok, the diapers that heavily sold is the diapers for elders. It's not diapers for baby. So we could imagine like what will change in the industry. Because even in China, when they have a one children policy, they kind of regret that they might enter aging society sooner than expected in China. In the old days, China has many children as well, because their population is huge, the biggest in the world. But nowadays, after government try to control the population by imposing the rule that family only allowed to have one children, they kind of regret it, because they might enter the aging society sooner than expected. So what's the problem on the aging society? Of course, population decreasing, labor issue, because when you enter aging society, the productivity might lower because the productive generation, angkatan kerja ya, productive generation will be decreased. Let's say if we have a ratio of younger worker over elders, nowadays there are more younger workers than elders. But when we enter aging society, the younger workers may be or might be less than elders. So one younger workers must support like one or two elders. So there's a problem for the younger generation. And the third is increasing medical expenses. Life and death is in God's or Allah decision, of course. But living healthily, living in a health lifestyle is our choice. But of course, some people might have a more medical treatment due to the more, let's say, the disease that not, let's say, more on the lifestyle, more disease come from our bad lifestyle, from less exercise, from stress, from pollution, less physical interaction. So those social dimension will add to the severity of the needs for increasing medical expenses in the future, maybe. And another problem is the high infrastructure maintenance. Maintenance is the thing. Development is other things. Of course, infrastructure has to be maintained to work in the perfect situation. Let's say we are now is already enjoying 4G, and some area already enjoy 5G. If you rent the modem or buy the modem, I don't want to promote any brands here, but I just want to tell that one provider has already provided a 5G connection. And the funny things, when I try to, let's say, download lectures from YouTube or a discussion from YouTube, the longest time is to find the lecture or choosing the lecture from YouTube. Downloading is only like seconds or 1 minute. So it's quite funny. But again, high infrastructure need a maintenance, and it will be expensive. And of course, environmental issue and disaster that Dr. Nizam explained. That's also the challenges. Of course, we have to move to the more value-added product for our industry. The coal industry or prime industry. I guess in the future, people will change from the coal as a source of energy to more sustainable energy, like electric vehicle, mobil listrik. Yeah, electric vehicle is on demand right now. So in the future, we need more charging station than a gas station, I guess. And the environmental issue is really environmental issue needs our really attention in the future. Let's say I talk about Java. The population is increasing in Java, and of course, it needs housing. It needs office. It needs mall. commercial activity. We see in most part of Java, like in Solo, Java, middle of Java, or let's say in the southern part of East Java, Jawa Timur, lands are converted from agriculture to housing. Land are converted from agriculture to malls, office, or more profitable business, or more infrastructure facilities. So that's an issue as well for the future. See, on the graph, we can see the Japan population throughout the 1950 to 2010. So it's a flat, relatively flat. It's like a straight line, horizontal line from 2010 and tend to decrease. Well, now I go to more inward to the ASEAN region. Well, ASEAN is endowed with the huge demographic dividend, making the relevance of the birth of society 5.0 in Japan might not be as urgent as in Japan. We still have a demographic bonus. The Gen Z or millennials are dominating our society. They're a good target, good market. But I guess the millennials are and Gen Z nowadays in Indonesia or the ASEAN are the same. Their reliance on internet is very heavy. They don't have to go to malls. They just, if they go to malls, they only see the examples of the things they want to buy. And then they find it on online shop. That's for sure. I can say this because I have 3 daughters and they just do the same. So this will change the platform. This will create unicorns, of course, because like people are more affected by the psychology of, let's say, 9, 9, 10, 10, 11, 11, or 12, 12. That our decision of shopping is more by emotion than rationality. Oh, I don't need this. But if I don't get this, it will be of sale. So that trend will be affected the more platform, digital platform in ASEAN. You can see the pattern, the path here. ASEAN in 2015 is more like inverted cone. But in 2060, it will be more like heavy in the upper middle when we enter the aging society. So it's still a long way, but I guess we have to prepare nowadays. So the projected number of working age in ASEAN is getting higher in proportion. Of course, the labor force is getting younger and has a positive and negative impact on the existence of society 4.0. The positive impact is the emergence of many jobs such as data scientists, data engineers, who still not a lot of workers. But I guess for us from economic faculty, maybe we don't, everyone in this seminar, they don't have to be a data scientist or data engineers. But what we need is the critical thinking. And when we have critical thinking, we can ask the data scientists to work for us. If we have a critical thinking, we can ask the data engineers to work for us. That's what we did in our office when most of us are economists, but we have a lot of consultants, which is data scientists and data engineers. But digitization in society 4.0 will maybe in the near future will be resulting in the loss of many jobs, especially blue collar jobs. Let's say, but again, I myself, I have a preposition that since we are still rely on work creation, we also care about unemployment. I guess the digitization process will be slower than expected. So the impact of the increased technology adoption in Asia, of course, the sector that the most negatively impacted by the use of technology is the agricultural sector. We know that now we can plant vegetables farming inside the building. We can resemble the temperature. We can resemble the or copy the temperature, climate, temperature, soil, pH inside the building. And also we have the rooftop garden or veggie garden. So, well, the impact, the large impact will be the positive. So the white is the positive impact, but the blue is the bad impact. The manufacturing, of course, will enjoy the technology adoption in the Asian. Of course, the wholesale and retail as well. For the time being, we cannot drop the what we call here big trader or pengumpul, ya, bandar or pengumpul or big trader, because let's say I will bring you a question. We have apps like Tani Hub or Brambang or Toko Sayur or many digital platform of trading. Let's say their intention is to cut from farmers to customer. But how many customers can buy? Our customers or household can buy 10 tons or 100 tons or 10 tons of, let's say, tomatoes? Of course not. The only party that can absorb 10 tons is the big trader, because they have a big storage, they have a technology in the storage. So in the time being, it might be a decreased like the portion of the big trader, but they still have a major play. The transport and tourism, of course, we now can promote of course like a virtual 360 and sell our tourism, the potential tourism. So therefore, the tourism now in Java should be more on the heritage. We have Majapahit in Mojokerto. We have a Singosari in Malang. More on the story of legend in Banyuwangi. We can package the storytelling, as well as, let's say, the menu or the food that consumed in that era in the more integrative package and sell it to the foreign tourism. They like that, and they will find that interesting. So that's the idea for the future using technology in the ASEAN, and also business services and of course government, but more on the wholesale retail and the manufacturing and agriculture and mining. But again, agriculture is the most labor active, labor dominated sector, with maybe or the manufacturing as well, maybe can have the big negative impact of use of technology in the ASEAN. We have the same characteristic, except Singapore. I mean, for the Thailand, Vietnam, Burma, and Philippines, our condition is mostly the same, more labor participations. So the types of work that most negatively impact the use of technology are elementary workers and farmers. I have go through this, so you guys can read it after my presentation. So this is the list of the work that most negatively impacted by the use of technology. So the positive impact is there will for the ASEAN, there are several types of jobs that are increasingly needed. Let's say related to the data. So in general, digitalization has more positive impact to support life and work, to make our life easier, and the new business activities are emerging. Well, we can have a startup, a lot of idea for the startup. Let's say we have a corporation, people that attracted to the fungi, jamur, fungis, now is increasing. And we have a lot of forests in East Java. Let's say in Probolinggo, near the BTS, Bromo Tengger Semeru area, we can pack the frugal or maramban. Is let's say try to find vegetables that wild vegetables that can be eaten, or fungi or jamur that can be eaten. This also the trend in US and Europe. And also opportunities to create new jobs, especially digital based, and opening opportunities for the creation of new types of work. So the positive impact is all I can say is a lot of new opportunities. But also there's a negative impact. Well, when some other work is no longer needed, and the industrial revolution will cost 75 million to 375 million job loss due to the collapse of the various companies as the result of automation and digitalization. Nowadays, all the bookstores in the US are gone. Barnes & Noble, or let's say Kodak, is already vanished. Nokia now moved to more infrastructure. BlackBerry is gone, acquired. So a lot of things change in terms of automation and digitalization. And if my quote from the Labor Institute notes, as many as 100,000 people lost their jobs in 2018 due to the digitization and automation. So in general, jobs related to digitization will appear, and those that can be replaced with the digitization will disappear. So it applies to our ASEAN and the world. So again, the challenges faced by the ASEAN community are not only Society 4.0, but also the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020 that has a significant impact of economic and industrial sectors. Unfortunately, this pandemic has forced development for digitalization related to Society 5.0 to accelerate. And in general, the GDP of all Asian countries has increased from 2011 to 2019. We can see the Brunei, Cambodia, Indonesia, Laos, Malaysia, Myanmar, Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, and Vietnam are involved here. We can see the pattern are slightly increased over time. Maybe in the COVID years in 2020 as the deepest, that economy has a bit contracted, but in 2020, 2022, the recovery is on track. So in 2021, the GDP of ASEAN countries will begin to recover due to the speed of vaccinations, and as well as the policy stimulus. But again, this policy stimulus is a very complex issues, because although government has provided a lot of relaxation, a lot of facilities, a lot of stimulus, only few companies enjoy it. So of course, the socialization and education to the society is always needed in like a routine or daily basis. So again, the positive impact, I re-emphasize, the once long distribution chain of manufactured goods throughout the world is now shorter, with more and more manufacturing companies reaching out to end users directly through digital marketing, like I say, the application of online shopping. In this way, manufacturing companies can reduce the cost of time of distribution. So distribution company, value chain will be more effective. And of course, they can increase their profit because they don't have paid distribution anymore. I mean, they don't have to pay heavily on distribution anymore. And the use of digital marketing industry would also provide huge sales growth potential, because digital marketing makes manufacturing companies around the world will be able to reach a global market easily, efficiently, and effectively. Let's say now I can enjoy the Surabaya culinary from Instagram, from YouTube. I can go to the famous places for locals easily nowadays. And of course, it creates a potential income to the food business in Surabaya as well. But of course, there's a negative impact that many small industry will that do not take advantage of technology will slowly disappear. But of course, in this side, large industry that have advanced technology will increasingly dominate. Therefore, I guess the job of university is also prepare the entrepreneurship, but they have to put the digital platform inside that entrepreneurship preparation for the students. So they have idea, I say, and increase the critical thinking that I emphasized before. So how to face impact society 5.0 in ASEAN? The three highest abilities needed to deal with supermass society are ability to solve complex problem, think critically, and be creative. Remember, you don't have all the attendants here. You don't have to be a data scientist or data engineer, but we need to have like train problem solving, solve complex problem, think critically, and creative. And second, companies must learn new technology continuously so they can understand, appreciate, and utilize to deliver solution. So investment in human resource by providing digital training is a must. And technology development cannot be stopped. So in terms of preparing human resource to be more adaptive or agile, we call agility, academic institution must be able to quickly adjust the teaching curriculum in accordance with the industry needs. So more solve complex problem, think critically, and creative. So like the economic activities that have already taken place here in the digital economy, it also consists of micro, macro economics, trade, and financial aspect. To ensure balance and synergy, appropriate legal instruments are needed. Well, you all know that in the old days, fascism, like Hitler, they use guns, they use troops. They use guns, troops, and strategy. Nowadays, fascism can go to the digital, like buzzer, hoax, fake news, and also the deepfake. Everybody here already know about deepfake, right? Let's say President Obama never talked about something, but using the deepfake, the face can be constructed in a way that he said things that he shouldn't say. So that will it used to. I mean, the deepfake used to be for fun, in a fun way, but nowadays the deepfake is politically can be misused in a politically situation. So the appropriate legal instruments are needed in this society for 5.0. And the fifth is innovation and utilization by farmers needed to be encouraged. The number of farmers in Asia is very large. And sixth, the last, the industrial intelligence needs to be developed as a means of supporting the development and expansion of global business from our national strategic industries. Ecosystem, we call it the ecosystem, from the capacity building, let's say, from the curation of corporasi or curation, and also financing, and also the marketplace, either domestic or global. So it has to be packed in a more integrated ecosystem and should be put in our national strategic industries. Thank you. That is our lecture, but again, it's a long way to go to enter the aging society. But again, we have to optimize this demographic bonus. So when we enter aging society, the situation, like I said, the medical expenses, more heavily maintenance infrastructure will be not heavy as we expected. I can share a bit when in my previous experience. So our president Pak Jokowi really also see this aging society as a situation that when we enter that aging society, it's very hard to achieve a high growth. So therefore, we built infrastructures, we built human resource in order to achieve a high growth, a high economic growth. Jawa Timur or East Java growth over time is around 5.5% year on year. But I guess with this invention, improving ecosystem and better human resource, I guess we can achieve like 6 or 7, 6, I say 6, and we will have a good growth pattern that when we enter aging society in 2045, our per capita income will be like 12,000 or more. I guess that is our closing. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dani, for the amazing presentation as well. The presentation was very detailed, and the things that I can conclude is that Mr. Dani was talking about the reality of society 5.0. For instance, child-free conditions where millennials decided not to plan to have a child, and we are talking about the fertility rate is 2.1, which will decrease the birth rate. And this is what happened in Japan. This is why Japan aimed to move to society 5.0. And the goal of society 5.0 in regard to Mr. Dani was to remove the boundaries between human and technology. And the sector that is most negatively impacted by the use of technology is mostly agricultural sector. And we learned about the positive and negative impact regarding the transitional period from 4.0 to 5.0. And in general, he concluded that general jobs related to digitalization will emerge. However, those that can be replaced with digitalization will be replaced. And in order to tackle the negative impact is that we need to think critically, and we need to have an overview of all of the things that are needed to prepare in adapting to the society of 5.0. Okay.
Thank you.
Terima kasih Bapak Dani atas presentasinya.
Sama-sama.
Kita belajar banyak sekali. Kita belajar mengenai realita masyarakat di 5.0, di mana masyarakat milenial cenderung tidak ingin berencana memiliki anak, di mana situasi seperti ini yang terjadi di negara Jepang. Makanya negara Jepang memilih untuk pindah ke society 5.0. Kita juga belajar mengenai tentang dampak positif dan negatif mengenai periode transitional dari 4.0 ke 5.0. Secara umum, Bapak Dani berkata bahwa pekerjaan yang terkait dengan digitalisasi akan muncul, namun yang bisa digantikan oleh digitalisasi akan hilang perlahan. And yes, I would like to, since we have finished this session, I would like to thank all the guest stars that have been present and for delivering their materials really well. In conclusion, from all of the materials that were delivered regarding the development of the creative economy in Sharia, in ASEAN's creative economy, we learned that the state of the current condition of Indonesian economy is still in the revolution of industry of 0.0, which we also learned the current trend of Indonesia in economic sectors. We also learned about the loopholes in managing society, the exposure of development of creative economy implemented in trade sector in the era of society 5.0, and the impact of the 4.0 transition period with post-COVID recovery, humans and technology interplay. and the ICT as the potential pictures in the future and how humans should be the interplay in developing the society 5.0. We also learned about the impact of the 5.0 era for the creative economy in the ASEAN regarding how everything will be more convenient, how AI and robots will contribute in helping human tasks and replacing human jobs. Last but not least, we learned the positive and negative impacts of era 5.0 for ASEAN's creative economy, as well as overviewing the possible reality that we will be facing in the future. Saya ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kepada semua narasumber karena sudah menyampaikan materi dengan sangat baik dan bersedia hadir di webinar ini. Kesimpulan dari semua materi yang disampaikan mengenai perkembangan ekonomi kreatif di sektor ekonomi kreatif ASEAN adalah ya, kami belajar mengenai keadaan atau kondisi perekonomian di Indonesia saat ini di era masyarakat Society 4.0 menuju 5.0 mengenai tren yang terjadi saat ini yang berdampak pada sektor ekonomi. Kami juga belajar mengenai lubang lingkaran dalam mengelola masyarakat 5.0, kami juga mendapat paparan pengembangan ekonomi kreatif yang diterapkan di sektor perdagangan di era masyarakat 5.0 dan dampak masa transisi 4.0. Kita juga belajar pasca pemulihan COVID, manusia dan teknologi saling mempengaruhi. TIK sebagai gambaran potensial di masa depan dan bagaimana seharusnya manusia menjadi interaksi dan membangun masyarakat 5.0. Kita juga mendapat wawasan mengenai dampak era 5.0 bagi ekonomi kreatif di ASEAN, mengenai bagaimana segala sesuatu akan menjadi lebih mudah dan bagaimana artificial intelligence dan robot akan berkontribusi dalam membantu tugas manusia dan mengganti pekerjaan manusia. Dan terakhir kita mempelajari mengenai dampak positif dan negatif di era 5.0 bagi ekonomi kreatif ASEAN. Nah, sesi selanjutnya ada kita akan melakukan live present by Ines Cosmetic dan Top Career. Kepada Ines Cosmetic saya persilahkan untuk melakukan live present.
Baik. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Selamat siang yang terhormat materi panitia peserta webinar The Impact of Society Era for Creative Economy in the ASEAN ya Kak ya. Bahagia sekali Ines diberikan kesempatan menjadi bagian kegiatan webinar sebagai sponsor. Perkenalkan, saya Arum sebagai perwakilan dari Ines Cosmetic. Ines adalah brand asli Indonesia yang berdiri tahun 1998 di Malang, Jawa Timur. Tepatnya 23 tahun yang lalu. Ines merupakan produsen kecantikan kosmetik di mana fokus produksinya meliputi produk perawatan kulit baik skincare, dekoratif, dan body care. Untuk kualitas bahan dan pengolahannya sudah lolos uji BPOM dan bersertifikat halal oleh MUI. Nah, ada spesial info nih Kak dari Acne Series dan Volumizer Eyebrow Mascara. Untuk Acne Series itu sendiri meliputi pembersih, penyegar, sabun wajah, bedak, dan obat jerawat. Untuk Volumizer Eyebrow Mascara adalah solusi untuk alis tebal natural dengan tekstur creamy dan tahan lama, dengan pilihan warna almond dan deep brown. Untuk pembelian serta senilai 150.000, Acne Series dan Volumizer Eyebrow Mascara ada diskon 30% dan free ongkir ke seluruh Indonesia. Untuk mekanismenya adalah di screenshot saja, voucher sudah ada nomor WA saya. Bila para peserta webinar ingin mengetahui tentang produk Ines, bisa di-download di Play Store di My Ines. Dan yang ingin berbelanja online bisa di e-commerce Ines Official Store yang ada di Shopee, Lazada, Tokopedia, Bukalapak, dan masih banyak lagi. Ines juga ada di toko-toko terdekat offline di Indonesia. Demikian yang dapat saya sampaikan. Terima kasih atas perhatiannya. Salam sehat, sukses selalu untuk kita semua. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih Kak Rum atas live present-nya.
Baik.
Baik, saya persilahkan untuk top karir melakukan live present.
Oke, baik. Thank you Kak Najma. Bentar, suara aku kayaknya kurang kedengeran ya?
Udah
kedengeran.
kedengeran.
Udah ya? Oke, siap. Selamat pagi teman-teman gitu ya. Karena di sini jam 11.56 belum jam 12 jadi masih pagi gitu ya. Perkenalkan nama aku Dani Nurul Aini. Di sini aku mewakili Top Karir Indonesia. Di sini aku hanya ingin memberikan informasi sedikit aja kepada seluruh peserta event ini gitu ya. Yang pertama terkait dengan aplikasi Top Karir nih. Jadi buat teman-teman semua seluruh peserta di event ini yang pastinya masih anak muda gitu ya, para pelajar maupun mahasiswa, kalau misalnya kalian mau mendapatkan berbagai macam informasi tentang seputar karir gitu ya, terus juga seputar lowongan pekerjaan, program beasiswa nih gitu kan, terus juga ada program magang, bahkan ada kewirausahaan gitu ya, kalian bisa langsung dapetin aja aplikasinya di Play Store ataupun di App Store. Jadi teman-teman dari sana teman-teman nanti bisa diberikan banyak banget pengembangan gitu ya, terus juga pendampingan serta pelatihan seputar karir gitu. Nah yang kedua adalah, jadi aku mau ngejelasin lebih lanjut nih tentang bentuk support kami kepada seluruh peserta itu dengan memberikan hadiah untuk seluruhnya berupa voucher belanja Rp50.000. Jadi buat seluruh peserta nih yang mengikuti event internasional webinar ini sudah kami sediakan kuota voucher Rp50.000 itu yang bisa diklaim di grup peserta. Jadi kalian silakan caranya kalau mau yang dapetin voucher ini bisa diklik link vouchernya aja. Nanti kalian akan diarahkan untuk mengisi nama, nomor handphone dan juga membuat password. Setelah itu tinggal login aja teman-teman di aplikasi e-commerce yang bernama Evermost. Nah, di sini aku izin untuk menjelaskan lebih lanjut tentang aplikasinya gitu. Jadi teman-teman sekali lagi buat yang belum ngeklaim, silakan klaim dulu di link vouchernya. Nanti teman-teman kalau misalnya udah berhasil nih ngeklaim itu indikatornya apa tuh Kak gitu ya. Nah teman-teman nanti bisa ngecek dengan cara kalian bisa login di aplikasi Evermost dengan menggunakan nomor handphone dan juga password yang telah kalian buat. Kalau kalian belum berhasil untuk login berarti kalian belum berhasil dapetin kuotanya. Tapi kalau misalnya kalian tadi udah berhasil login berarti sudah mendapatkan kuotanya. Nah sekarang aku akan jelasin untuk cara pakai dan juga untuk si kode voucher ini sehingga langsung bisa aktif. Jadi kalian nih kalau misalnya mau belanja berbagai macam barang dari barang skincare gitu ya, terus fashion, terus juga makanan, minuman, dan juga masih banyak lainnya langsung bisa digunakan di aplikasi Evermost dan otomatis langsung mendapatkan subsidi potongan Rp50.000 gitu. Nah, di sini aku langsung jelasin aja cepet tutorial aja langsung di aplikasi. Jadi di sini adalah aplikasi Evermost-nya. Nah, kami sudah menyediakan sekitar 20.000 barang dari 600 brand. Jadi teman-teman nanti bisa langsung dapetin barang-barang besar gitu, brand-brand besar kayak ada Wardah, Emina, terus juga ada MS Glow nih buat teman-teman yang cewek ini yang lagi mau skincarean bisa dapetin produk MS Glow, langsung kita kasih Rp50.000 untuk potongannya. Jadi kalian misalnya beli di e-commerce atau di official shop-nya itu normal, tapi di aplikasi kita langsung udah otomatis kita kasih Rp50.000 untuk potongannya. Nah selain tadi ada Wardah, ada Emina, ada MS Glow dan juga pokoknya masih banyak lainnya deh. Pokoknya kalian nanti bisa cek langsung di aplikasi Evermost ini. Buat yang laki-laki nih, misal kalian juga lagi mau belanja untuk produk Erigo, itu juga sudah ada di aplikasi ini. Caranya gimana? Caranya teman-teman tinggal cari aja nama barangnya. Misal nih buat yang laki-laki tadi mau cari barang Erigo, tinggal ketik aja teman-teman Erigo gini, di kolom pencarian nanti akan muncul berbagai macam barang-barang Erigo. Dan tadi teman-teman ini harganya sudah harga yang termurah, terus ditambah lagi Rp50.000 untuk potongannya. Bayangin, jadi kalian kayak cukup bayar sisanya aja, terus nanti barang langsung kita kirimin nih ke rumah kalian, jadi lumayan banget lah buat menghemat budget kalian. Semisal ya, mungkin kalian kalau ngikutin perkembangan Erigo untuk pakaian-pakaian yang digunakan saat di US kemarin, mungkin kalian mau pesen yang Erigo ini. Nah ini ketika kalian nanti mendapatkan di e-commerce pun normal kayak gini harganya sekitar Rp196.000. Tapi nanti kalau misalnya kalian membeli di aplikasi ini nanti otomatis kalian bisa langsung terpotong Rp50.000. Nah setelah itu kalian pilih barangnya lalu klik tambahkan alamat dulu gitu ya untuk pengiriman rumah kalian gitu ya. Setelah itu nanti setelah selesai klik simpan nanti akan masuk ke halaman seperti ini. Lalu diklik lagi teman-teman untuk masuk ke bagian keranjang. Kemudian teman-teman nanti klik lanjut checkout. Oke, nah di sini untuk kodenya, di sini aku mau kasih tahu untuk kodenya. Di kodenya supaya bisa mendapatkan Rp50.000 potongannya, bisa gunakan kode transaksi pertama 100. Jadi sekali lagi buat teman-teman, silakan ini kodenya dicatat.
di-screenshot ya, karena dengan menggunakan kode ini transaksi pertama 100 otomatis langsung bisa mendapatkan potongan Rp50.000-nya. Jadi kalian cukup bayar sisanya plus dari kita itu akan kasih bonus berupa Shopee Pay, GoPay gitu ya, ataupun pulsa Rp10.000 cashback-nya langsung buat kalian nanti ketika kalian pesen sampai hari ini aja. Jadi teman-teman tadi misal kalau misalnya mau pesen besok boleh, tapi maksudnya besok itu untuk hadiah tambahnya itu nggak kita kasih. Tapi kalau buat teman-teman abis acara ini mau langsung pesennya dengan menggunakan tadi untuk kodenya ini, pokoknya hari ini aja gitu ya kita kasih langsung otomatis selain dapat potongan ini kita langsung kasih hadiah Shopee Pay, GoPay ataupun pulsa buat kalian. Jadi buat teman-teman silakan yang mau pesen, kalau misalnya ada kendala tanyain di kolom di grup peserta ya, dihubungin aja atau enggak kalau nomor CP-nya teman-teman gitu. Silakan kalau misalnya ada kendala nanti hubungin CP. Thank you atas waktunya. Wassalamualaikum.
Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih Top Careers telah melakukan live present. Now we move on to the Q&A session. Now in this question, in this first Q&A session, I'll read 4 questions that have been selected from the Google Form questions, which have been given to the participants before the webinar. The committee will share screens regarding the questions. All right, we have the first question here from Sidik Prasetyo from the Academy, from the Police Academy. Now, the question is, how the impact from free trade zone ASEAN can bring the easier economic access for the ASEAN country? Bagaimana dampak dari free trade zone ASEAN agar dapat mempermudah akses ekonomi negara ASEAN? Now, the first question will be delivered to the first speaker.
Okay, terima kasih. Thank you for the question from Mr. Sidik Prasetyo ya. The impact of free trade zone area or FTA. Aku bisa share screen sesuatu gak untuk biar lebih mudah menjelaskannya. Ya. Apakah udah terlihat? Okay, this is the survey from the intelligence unit of the Economist about the FTA or free trade agreement in Southeast Asia, and the result is the survey itself is conducted in Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia, and Vietnam. And the result of the survey is quite shocking because there aren't many users of the FTA because of this is the reason why they don't use the FTA, because most of the reason is because of the complexity of the agreement terms. For example, like this, if the Philippines wants to sell washing machine to the Japan, let's say, if they use this FTA, free trade agreement, they need to, the shipping can be used from the Europe, for example. They have to do the shipping from the countries within the Asian region. So the complexity of the agreement terms can become the disincentive because the Asian product must be, all the components, including the shipping, must be provided by the ASEAN. And so I think, and the research from professor, one of my professor in college, Professor Iwan Aziz, maybe Dr. Denny Hermawan know him as well. The trade is not increasing because of the trade agreement or the FTA itself, but more of the production partnership. So for example, like we buy iPhone, the component of the iPhone is made in Vietnam. So the chip is made in Vietnam and the assembly is in China. That's called the production network. So I think in order to increase the trade, we need to join the production network instead of inducing the FTA. I hope it answered the question.
Thank you for the amazing answer, Kahana. I hope that also answered the question of Mr. Siddiq. Now let's move on to the second question. So the second question was supposed to be for speaker one, however, no, was supposed to be for speaker two. However, since he's not able to attend until the Q&A session, therefore the second question will be floored to the first speaker. And it's from Putri Cynthia Maulida from Universitas PGRI Adibuana Surabaya. Now she asked, project manager moving towards Society 5.0, Angga Wibowo said that basically Society 5.0 was created to serve human needs so that people can enjoy life and feel comfortable. Synergy between human and technology can be realized so that society will be more prosperous. But is Indonesia able to overcome all the changes and obstacles in 5.0, then what efforts can be made by Indonesia with the existence of Society 5.0? Project manager moving towards Society 5.0, Angga Wibowo mengatakan bahwa pada dasarnya Society 5.0 dibuat untuk melayani kebutuhan manusia agar masyarakat bisa menikmati hidup dan merasa nyaman. Namun sinergi manusia dan teknologi bisa terwujud agar masyarakat semakin sejahtera. Tetapi apakah Indonesia mampu dan bisa mampu dan bisa mengatasi segala tantangan dan hambatan dalam masyarakat 5.0, lalu bagaimana upaya yang dapat dilakukan Indonesia dengan adanya Society 5.0?
Okay, thank you for the question, but maybe my previous presentation has been answered that question. Let me show it again. Like we have been talking about the loopholes or the things that we need to work on with, such as data management and legal basis for the AI and technologies such as self-driving vehicle. Also, the other speaker are already intensifying on human capital. And I want to add about the government support. Like we have been talking earlier, we talked about the government support from the other region in the ASEAN. So if we want to compete or improve ourselves in order to preparing for society 5.0, we need to as well put some effort. And the current government, especially on the creative economy, as I already mentioned before, we have creating a master plan. We're still working on it. It will be published as presidential decree to make some adjustment from the previous presidential decree for the master plan of the creative economy. So I think if you miss my presentation earlier, you can ask the committee for my slides or recording of this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kahana, for the answer. I hope that's answered your questions. Now let's move on to the third question. Now, the third question was actually for the third speaker. However, since the third speakers are not able to attend until the Q&A session as well, this will be yielded to the fourth speaker. This question is from Saskia Nur Aziza from Mercu Buana University. The question is, how far has the economic development of Islamic trade sector been and how the impact for Society 5.0 era? Sejauh mana perkembangan ekonomi sektor perdagangan syariah dan bagaimana dampaknya bagi masyarakat era 5.0? Silahkan dijawab, Pak.
Well, this is an interesting question because I also involved in developing Sharia economics in East Java as well. Well, I'll give her reality. Indonesia is the biggest market, of course. And do you know the biggest producer of Muslim clothes is China? And do you know the biggest producer of halal beef meat? Australia. Do you know the biggest producer of the halal chicken meat? Brazil. Do you know the country that has halal tourism? Korea and Thailand. So no, not Indonesia. While we have the biggest Muslim community here. So entering society for 5.0, well, a lot of homework, of course, especially when 90% of our industry structure is small and medium enterprises. Well, related to that fact, I guess we need the capacity building. You know the story of the so-called small and medium enterprises here in Indonesia. 70% of the population are forced by nature or quote-unquote kepepet, yeah, because they are, let's say, is unemployed by COVID. So what we need is more well-planned or more entrepreneurship and small and medium enterprises, including the Sharia. Let's say we need to get a strategy. Let's say the producer of the Muslim clothing, the biggest is China. But of course, China is more on a mass product. Why don't we tap the more, let's say, designer, the high class or designer Muslim clothing? The market is so huge, even in the society for 5.0. And also the halal cosmetics. There are only one producer the biggest producer in halal cosmetic. I don't want to say the name, but I guess you know the name. So it's also the biggest, one of the biggest market for a trader. Of course, what we need the more ecosystem, Sharia ecosystem. Let's say capacity building, the business literation, financial literation has to be addressed first. And the second, we also have to provide more focus on the pesantren, or we need a corporatization program like holding business pesantren, more on the Muslim society that have a big institution. You know, we know that East Java has a big has a province that have a lot of big pesantren. So the focus will be on the capacity building and also the financing. We know in the social part we have a ziswaf, zakat, infak, sodako, and wakaf. We can create a more zakat for economic multiplier. Let's say we provide a zakat in the time zero for UKM, and then on the third year, instead of receiving zakat, the UKM will be paying zakat. So it's a transformation, the business transformation for the idea of optimizing the ZISWAF. And also the if we talk about the marketplace fintech lending, there's a Amana and I forgot the name, like more on the fintech Sharia lending, and now it's more increasing. And also the last part is helping them to enter the marketplace, like I say the name, Shopee, Blibli, Tokopedia, Bukalapak. So they commit to help to strengthen the UMKM Sharia for trading. And of course, with the help of diaspora Indonesia in overseas, we can tap the, let's say, the Muslim in UK, the Muslim in US, and Muslim in Middle East, the Muslim in Australia. So of course, that's a huge market that we can potentially tap. That's my answer. Ecosystem Sharia. Right, that's my answer.
All right, thank you, Mr. Danny, for the answer. I hope that's answered your question. Now we moved on to the fourth questions, which will be delivered by the fourth speaker. Sorry. Yes. So the fourth questions is from Anugrah Fahrun Nasir from University of Fajar. In Society 5.0, artificial intelligence used to change all data in aspects of life, such as what the Prime Minister said in Japan, Shinzo Abe Society 5.0 is trying to create society human-centered with technology-based. Of course, e-commerce is the main choice in marketing. My question is, how to prepare an implementation of Society 5.0 in countries that still need in traditional markets, like Thailand and Indonesia? Which one of these two countries, human resource education is still uneven? And Society 5.0, community for understand technology advances fast. Dalam Society 5.0, kecerdasan buatan digunakan untuk mengubah semua data dalam aspek kehidupan seperti yang dikatakan oleh Perdana Menteri Jepang Shinzo Abe. Society 5.0 ini berusaha menciptakan masyarakat yang berpusat pada manusia dengan berbasis teknologi. Tentu saja, e-commerce menjadi pilihan utama dalam pemasaran. Pertanyaannya adalah, bagaimana persiapan dalam penerapan Society 5.0 pada negara-negara yang masih membutuhkan pasar tradisional seperti Thailand dan Indonesia, yang dimana juga kedua negara ini pendidikan SDM masih tidak merata, sedangkan Society 5.0 masyarakat dituntut untuk mengerti dengan kemajuan teknologi yang pesat. Silahkan bisa langsung dijawab, Pak.
Yes, learning. Utbu'ul ilmi ilalah di mamahdi. Learning is from baby to elders.
Jadi
Ya.
ini tahun 1998 kan?
Ya, jadi I guess learning, always learning new thing. But the most important thing, all of us doesn't need to be a data scientist, data engineer, or data expert. But all we need is to be a person with a critical thinking, as I said before. So I guess for the situation like this, there will be a discrimination between the traditional market and the modern market. Most of the transaction in overseas, of course, if we talk about traditional market, it will be more organics or organics farming, organics goods. But here in Indonesia, of course, you need to find a cheaper price in the traditional market. Well, of course, for the time being, there will be two markets, the more modern markets, e-commerce market, online market, and the traditional market that will go side by side. But again, I guess in the future, the technology like using QR as a payment mode can be implemented in the market, traditional market. So by having that, all the payments will be safe. You don't have to keep, let's say, money circulation in, let's say, in bamboo or under your pillow. So I guess all the payment will be conducted through banks and with the QR code. So in the future, traditional market is not a traditional market like 10 years ago. The traditional market is still traditional market because people need to go exercise to go to the traditional market and interact with the seller. You couldn't find it in the online shopping, but I guess the feature will be more technology minded, like using the QR, and let's say all the seller will have a smartphone that can have a connected with one market to another market. I guess when we talk about, let's say, Jagir Wonopromo and also the market in, let's say, Siwalan Kerto, they will be connected eventually. So when market like doesn't have such vegetables, they can ask a seller from Jagir Wonopromo to send it to other market. I guess it will be more connected and more digitized, the traditional market. But there will be still a traditional market. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Danny, for answering the fourth questions. I hope that answers the fourth questions. Now, we move on to the second session of the Q&A. We will, well, in this session, we will give an opportunity to the participants to ask for each participants to ask one questions. However, the number of participants will be limited to 4. And not to forget that this session, we will give a door prize for participants who would like to ask questions. Nah, selanjutnya kita akan membuka Q&A question and answer sesi kedua yang sistemnya akan sedikit berbeda, yaitu untuk teman-teman yang ingin bertanya boleh langsung on mic, boleh langsung menanyakan saja, namun pertanyaan yang boleh ditanyakan hanya 4 pertanyaan dan itu hanya dari 4 orang aja. Ya, untuk yang bertanya akan mendapatkan door prize dari panitia. Jadi untuk teman-teman yang mau nanya boleh langsung open mic aja atau raise hand. Oke, nih udah ada yang raise hand yaitu Cynthia ya. Mungkin Kak Cynthia boleh open mic? Boleh langsung saja open mic?
Ya, terima kasih. Langsung ditanyakan ya, Kak?
Ya.
Apa solusinya untuk era 5.0 ini? Karena kan banyaknya kan pakai teknologi ya, sementara orang kan masih banyak yang awam kalau di Indonesia. Nah, mungkin akan banyak terjadi pengangguran. Nah, itu gimana Mbak solusinya? Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Cynthia atas pertanyaannya. Pertanyaan adalah apa solusi di era 5.0? Nah, pertanyaan pertama boleh dijawab oleh narasumber pertama, namun jika narasumber yang lain ingin menjawab, sangat diperbolehkan untuk mendapatkan jawaban setelah dijawab oleh narasumber pertama. Silahkan.
Oke, aku kembali menampilkan slide yang tadi ya. We have been discussed. Maybe you missed the presentation because it's delivered in the morning. But we do have a lot of homework. Like I mentioned before, we have to provide the legal basis for the upcoming technologies such as artificial intelligence and other technologies such as self-driving vehicle. Because if there is a potential dispute, we have the legal basis to justify it. And for the concern about the unemployment, the technology is used to enhance the standard of living of the people. So we combine technology for improvement, for improving the traditional business, like maybe Mr. Danny mentioned earlier about the usage of the QR for traditional market, and then maybe we have been discussed in Malaysia, the plantation in Malaysia, they use the data of from the drone to surveil or monitor the plantation. So I think it's not the human itself will be more skillful or will be doing things that the workload can be decreased, but the people itself need to improve their skills so they won't be unemployed. I hope my answer fulfill your question, or you want to discuss it more?
I might add a little bit. Well, thank you, Mbak Hana, your explanation. Well, of course, let's say for farming, we have now technology that can measure the pH of the soil, forecast the climate, or let's say situation nutrition in the soil to help to increase the productivity of the farming. But when I talk to the farmer himself, they said that they don't understand about the pH level, nutrition of the soil level, and the climate. All they know is recommendation to on what they should do. So I guess for the time being, let the younger farmers replace the elder farmers. That's the only solution. Because for elder generation, what they need is the our recommendation after we process the data about the pH of soil level, climate, forecast, as well as the nutrition and the soil. So I guess the transition will happen in the future. Therefore, for younger generation, farmer is also an option. But of course, if you do farmer, you have to do more technology-driven farming. Like Hana said, you might use drones, or you might say more productive, let's say, bacteria to make the soil more productive in providing nutrition, and also the use of more, let's say, smart storage that can resemble the, let's say, the temperature of the climate. So the pasca panen, or after the harvest, the shelf life of the farmers, the farming goods can be lengthened. I guess that's the only solution for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Kahana and Pak Denny, for the comprehensive answer. I hope that answers your question, Cynthia. Now we would move on to Irwan. Irwan, are you there?
Thank you.
Yes, please. You could floor your question.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Mohon maaf sebelumnya nggak nyala kamera karena sinyal di Serang kurang bagus. Nah, di sini ada beberapa hal yang perlu saya tanyakan kepada Ibu Hana sama Bapak Denny yang mengenai tentang tadi revolusi 4 menuju ke revolusi 5. Yang pertama di sini yang saya tanyakan, kita sudah ketahui bahwa revolusi 4 sudah berlangsung sekarang di Indonesia. Tadi sudah dijelaskan berbagai macam sisi di bidang manajemen, di bidang pendidikan, di bidang kesehatan, semuanya sudah jelas seperti itu. Tetapi pertanyaan saya adalah, apakah Indonesia sudah siap menerima dengan adanya revolusi 5 yang kita lihat ya di Jepang? Nah, itu yang pertama di situ. Terus yang kedua, kira-kira faktor-faktor apa saja yang sangat mempengaruhi adanya suatu revolusi 5 di dalam dunia pendidikan di Indonesia? Karena dalam dunia pendidikan, terutama di negara-negara maju, yaitu adalah Jepang, Korea, Singapura, Malaysia, dia sudah menggunakan dengan berbagai macam teknologi, terutama dengan IoT, dengan lain lah. Tetapi kalau kita melihat di Indonesia, saya kira kita masih mengalami suatu kayak perkembangan lah, kita masih dalam rangka untuk menuju ke situ. Itu kira-kira faktor-faktor apa saja. Terus yang ketiga, dalam dunia pendidikan, kalau kita melihat suatu pengembangan untuk memajukan suatu mutu pendidikan, berarti teknologi tidak bisa dikesampingkan. Artinya di sini adalah seorang pengajar atau dengan seorang dosen guru itu wajib melakukan dengan yang namanya dengan menggunakan teknologi. Tetapi kita melihat ke belakang, negara kita kan masih mengalami beberapa kekurangan, terutama di misalnya sinyal, jaringan. Nah, itu adalah salah satu faktor penghambat yang ada. Terus juga kita melihat juga karena banyak sekali faktor-faktor yang tidak sesuai Ibu Bapak ya. Kalau kita menggunakan dengan revolusi 5, tetapi ya bagaimanapun caranya tetap kita akan menuju ke situ gitu. Mohon pencerahannya Bu Hana sama Pak Denny. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Baik, terima kasih Irwan atas pertanyaannya. Thank you for the question. Maybe the second question Kak Hana could answer. Also, if Mr. Danny wants to answer, then he could. Please.
Okay, I think Mr. Irwan already know the answer because the main factor is the IT infrastructure. I think like he said before, in the remote area there are lack of IT infrastructure. So in terms of education, it can be the education process can be altered because of the lack of the IT infrastructure. But I learned from my friends in Japan, when it comes to the pandemic, when it comes to COVID, they don't have like online teaching at first, especially for the preschool or for the kids in elementary school. But the teacher itself is commuting to the one by one of their student to teach them like math or so. They make sure all the student has the same access, has the same quality of the teaching materials, because not all of their students have the same IT infrastructure. So I think the most important things in order to prepare for the society for 5.0 is to have adequate IT infrastructures. That's it. Maybe Mr. Danny want to add?
Yeah, that's a good perspective, I guess. Ms. Hana is right. The methods of learning has to be changed in a more one by one approach because of the heterogeneous nature of people. That's one point which has to be addressed for the future education. Let's say if we talk about farming, how many farmers use the smartphone? Most of them using the old traditional phone that has only phone and SMS. And also the for fishermen, although some of the ship has a sonar technology that can measure the the depth or look at the fish. But most of the fishermen still has a traditional boat, and also they don't have smartphones. They use polyphonic phones that can only call and SMS. Therefore, the distribution of the data, I guess, should be on SMS basis rather than broadcast, let's say, through WhatsApp or other social media. So SMS, for the time being, I guess is the most efficient way to, let's say, distribute news. I'm not saying fake news, I mean the real news, as well as the recommendation or socialization about the new policy or new relaxation or new facilities that are provided by government. I guess we have to cope, or we have to adjust the our communication methods to match the reality in the field. I guess that's my addition. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Danny and Kahana, for answering the question. And thank you, everyone, for the question. I hope that answers your question. Now, I think we can look at the chat because one Amanda direct messaged me regarding the question, and she asked that she is Amanda from UINSA, and she asked bagaimana atau apa saja peran mahasiswa dalam menghadapi era Society 5.0 sebagai agen perubahan. Cukup menarik sepertinya pertanyaannya. Bisa dijawab oleh, since it is the third questions, Mr. Danny will answer first. Then if Kahana would like to answer the question, Kahana could answer the question spontaneously. Thank you.
Could you repeat the question and shortly? I guess I was distracted about because my office things. Thank you.
Okay, I can repeat it. Bagaimana atau apa saja peran mahasiswa dalam menghadapi era Society 5.0 sebagai agen perubahan? How college students or university students could help in facing the society era of 5.0 as the agent of change? Thank you.
Okay, so first thing to do is to, let's say, change the environment or the atmosphere of education. Rather than memorize, we need to have a freedom to express our vision and our opinion freely, of course, under the corridor of ethics and norms. Well, that's one point. Because secondly, when we want to develop our critical thinking, it has to be developed from our inside, our curiosity, and our intention to learn new things. Like I said, try to observe our environment. Try to observe the problem. When you want to answer something with policy, finding the question is the key. Finding the right question. Finding the right question meaning you solve like 40% of the problem. But if you're finding the wrong question, it's a mess. So I guess that's the tips from me in order to for university students to tap or to benefit from the oncoming society 5.0 critical thinking. Thank you.
Okay, I want to add a little more. I want to emphasize of the importance of the IT and language barriers such as English, because I think back then maybe when I was in the high school we rarely use like presentation or Excel. I learn it. I use it when I went into the college. But nowadays it's like a mandatory. You have to know how to make a presentation. You have to know how to use Excel. You have to know how to support your argument with the data or with the information that you create, that you search from the internet, for example. So I think the ability to use the information technology is also important. And in order to do so, you have to learn and master your English. Like if you want to learn more about something, especially a new technology, you have to learn it in English or in other language that innovate the invention. So I think those two things, the IT and the English is also important. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Danny and Kahana, for answering the question. I hope that answers Amanda's question. And yes, now let's move on to the fourth question, since I think he are not able to turn on his mic or turn on the camera. So it is from Imas Masito. He asked, what are the factors of the obstacles of the development of the digital economy in Indonesia as the function of era 5.0 and the solution from era 4.0 in the development of the creative economy? Faktor apa saja yang menjadi kendala perkembangan ekonomi digital di Indonesia sebagaimana fungsi era 5.0 yang menjadi solusi dari era 4.0 dalam perkembangan ekonomi kreatif? This question is for the fourth speaker, Mr. Danny. However, if Kahana would like to answer, we could answer after Sir Danny. Thank you.
Of course, the most important thing to enter for the Industry 4.0 is digital infrastructure. Even if we talk about Java, data access is not available in a few areas. Let's say the southern part of, let's say on general, southern part of Java is less developed than northern part of Java. Why? Because the northern part of Java is more industrialized, let's say more manufacturing based, but on the southern part is more agriculture. So I guess, again, infrastructure, digital infrastructure, both physical infrastructure and digital infrastructure is the key to enter the Industry 4.0 and 5.0. And again, I guess for the education, I guess the more knowledge, more about, let's say, understanding or copying from, let's say, the best practice from other country, let's say from Thailand, on a good agriculture, GAP, good agricultural practice, or GMP, good manufacturing practice, or learning about the HACCP, the hazardous and sanitation practice in other country, will add more acceptance or more awareness on creating more value added to industry in the coming Industry 4.0. I guess that's my opinion. Thank you.
Oh, maybe I want to add a little more. I think human capital also plays important role because comparing to the other country in the ASEAN, especially, we have a shallow talent pool. Like it means that we have a lot of people, but to match them with the quality that needed in the industry is still a lack of the match. So in order to do so, we have to improve ourselves, improve the human capacity to match an industrial requirement, for example, like certification in digital marketing or certification in using CEO search engine observation or search engine option. Those kind of certification can lead you to a better suitable job or suitable requirement that the industry needed. I think that's my additional remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Danny and Kak Hannah for answering the fourth questions. And the fourth question was actually the last question. Now, unfortunately, we need to terminate the question and answer sessions since the provisions, since we only allowed for questions to be yielded to the speakers. Now, I would like to say thank you to all of my friends, to all of you guys that have been asking the questions, whether it's through the chat or through the whether it's through the chat and directly. And saya ingin mengucapkan terima kasih atas pertanyaannya yang sudah disampaikan oleh teman-teman, dan saya mohon maaf question and answer session telah ditutup. Atas materi yang sudah disampaikan oleh seluruh pemateri, saya mengucapkan terima kasih banyak kepada para pemateri yang sudah hadir dan mempresentasikan materi-materi terkait dengan tema webinar pada hari ini. I'm sorry for any inconveniences. I would like to say thank you to all of the guest speakers who have attended this webinar. And I would like to say thank you so much for participating in this webinar and delivering the materials. And therefore, I am as the moderator, mengundurkan diri dan mempersilahkan MC to take over the floor in this webinar. Thank you so much. Have a nice day.
Okay, thank you, Kak Najma has been lead our discussion today. For all speaker, Kak Hana, Mr. Fitra, Dr. Nizam, and Mr. Dani Hermawan, thank you very much for the knowledge that has been given. Before we leave this Zoom meeting, please open your camera to take a capture for documentation, please. Okay, media, please take a capture. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. For ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your participation today. Finally, from the deepest of my heart, I do apologize for my mistake in presenting this event. Now can leave this Zoom meeting, but don't forget to attend presence link in the Zoom chat box with the keyword EDC7. Let me spell EDCTUJUH. Okay, thank you for having me. See you on the next year. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih semuanya.
Makasih Pak Dani. Makasih Najma.
Makasih Mbak Hana juga. Makasih moderator.
Thank you, Hana. Thank you, Sir Dani. Thank you.
Semuanya, Pak Kaprodi, Pak Dekan juga makasih.
musik selalu on, kok dipaketinnya sama kuota nonton sih? Nggak kelihatan, tapi ngagetin. Ini hantu atau syarat dan ketentuan ya? Apa kesamaan mantan pacar dan provider? Sama-sama hobi ngatur. Eits, tenang, jangan khawatir. Sekarang udah ada Bayu, layanan selular serba digital pertama di Indonesia. Yuk mari kakak, download dulu aplikasinya di Google Play Store. Sekarang kamu pilih dulu kuota utamanya. Mau yang bikin nyaman, yang bikin happy, atau yang bikin nagih. Terus kamu bisa tambahin kuota topping semau kamu. Mau Instagram? Boleh. Mau YouTube? Boleh juga. Nah, sekarang lanjutin pilih-pilih nomor Bayu yang kamu suka. Terus pilih deh cara delivery dan pembayaran yang kamu mau. Yeay, beres deh. Simple kan? Duh, kapan ya dia dateng? Udah gak sabar nih. Jangan-jangan itu dia.
Permisi kak, ini paket kartu Bayunya ya?
Yeah, ini dia waktu yang kutunggu. Rasanya kayak ada anak panah yang nembus langsung ke hati aku. Pastikan jaringan internet HP kamu tersambung ke jaringan internet Bayu. Buka aplikasi dan klik aktifkan SIM card. Dan yeay, ini saatnya kita jadian. Hubungan tuh paling enak kalau kita sama-sama transparan. Sama kayak Bayu, hubungan kita tuh serba transparan dan apa adanya. Kamu bisa lihat semua histori pembelian dan sisa kuota yang kamu beli di aplikasi Bayu. Kalau ada yang mau ditanyain, tenang, gampang banget caranya. Kamu tinggal klik aja tombol live chat dan sampaikan aja semua pertanyaan kamu ke Nindi. Gimana? Simple banget kan? Bayu, layanan selular serba digital pertama di Indonesia. Bebas pilih kuota plus topping, transparan, dan apa adanya. Bayu, semuanya semaunya.
Di sini siapa yang belum tahu sama tahu gejrot yang lagi viral banget nih di Pasuruan, tahu gejrot Judes namanya. Untuk lokasinya ada di Gor di depan kantor Samsat Kota Pasuruan. Nah, untuk jam bukanya mulai dari jam 11 siang sampai habis ya. Level kepedasannya ada banyak banget macamnya, ada cabai 3, cabai 10, cabai 20, atau mau request cabai sendiri juga bisa banget. Nah, untuk tahu gejrotnya ini ada dua macam, ada tahu gejrot biasa dan tahu gejrot spesial. Tenang aja, untuk bumbunya ini fresh ya, jadi ini diulekin dulu sama abangnya nih. Dan cabai-cabai, bawang, semuanya yang dipakai ini fresh, seger-seger banget. Dan ini aku order yang cabai 50, yang pedes ambiar. Aduh, kalian udah pasti bayangin deh ini pedesnya kayak gimana, cabainya banyak banget. Tuh, lihat. Dan ini disiramin ke tahunya, mantep banget kan? Wow, ini tantangan banget nih, cabai 50 guys. Dan langsung aja nggak pakai lama-lama, aku mau cobain tahu gejrot Judes level paling pedas, level cabai 50. Ini aku udah deg-degan banget mau makan. Dan pas masuk mulut itu rasanya pedas, seger, tapi ini kuahnya bener-bener seger banget. Nah, untuk kuah tahu gejrotnya ini best banget. Rasanya tuh manis, pedas, seger, dan juga gurih banget. Ini yang tahu gejrot biasa, dan ini aku juga cobain yang tahu gejrot spesial. Jadi di dalamnya tuh dia ada bakso sapinya gitu. Pecinta jajanan pedas, kalian harus banget cobain tahu gejrot Judes ini. Pantas aja tempatnya selalu rame, dan aku tuh sering banget loh kehabisan tahu gejrot ini. Pokoknya kalau kalian penasaran, langsung aja datang ke sini deh.
Bener itu yang lo suka. Doyannya musik ya pilihnya kuota musik lah.
Iya juga ya.
Bayu, provider serba digital pertama di Indonesia. Bebas pilih kuota plus topping, transparan dan apa adanya. Bayu, semuanya semaunya. Beli 60 giga cuma bisa dipakai 30 giga. Gimana sih hitungnya?
Iya juga ya.
Bayu, provider serba digital pertama di Indonesia. Bebas pilih kuota plus topping, transparan dan apa adanya. Bayu, semuanya semaunya. Yakin situ bukan burung hantu? Kok chattingnya tengah malam?
Juga ya.
Bayu, provider serba digital pertama di Indonesia. Bebas pilih kuota plus topping, transparan dan apa adanya. Bayu, semuanya semaunya.
Di sini siapa yang belum tahu sama tahu gejrot yang lagi viral banget nih di Pasuruan, tahu gejrot Judes namanya. Untuk lokasinya ada di GOR di depan kantor Samsat Kota Pasuruan. Nah, untuk jam bukanya mulai dari jam 11 siang sampai habis ya. Level kepedasannya ada banyak banget macamnya, ada cabai 3, cabai 10, cabai 20 atau mau request cabai sendiri juga bisa banget. Nah, untuk tahu gejrotnya ini ada dua macam, ada tahu gejrot biasa dan tahu gejrot spesial. Tenang aja, untuk bumbunya ini fresh ya, jadi ini diulekin dulu sama abangnya nih. Dan cabai-cabai, bawang semuanya yang dipakai ini fresh, seger-seger banget. Dan ini aku order yang cabai 50, yang pedes ambiar. Aduh, kalian udah pasti bayangin deh ini pedesnya kayak gimana, cabainya banyak banget. Tuh lihat, dan ini disiramin ke tahunya, mantep banget kan. Wow, ini tantangan banget nih, cabai 50 guys. Dan langsung aja nggak pakai lama-lama, aku mau cobain tahu gejrot Judes level paling pedas, level cabai 50. Ini aku udah deg-degan banget mau makan. Dan pas masuk mulut itu rasanya pedas, seger, tapi ini kuahnya bener-bener seger banget. Nah, untuk kuah tahu gejrotnya ini best banget. Rasanya tuh manis, pedas, seger, dan juga gurih banget. Ini yang tahu gejrot biasa, dan ini aku juga cobain yang tahu gejrot spesial. Jadi di dalamnya tuh dia ada bakso sapinya gitu. Pecinta jajanan pedas, kalian harus banget cobain tahu gejrot Judes ini. Pantas aja tempatnya selalu rame, dan aku tuh sering banget loh kehabisan tahu gejrot ini. Pokoknya kalau kalian penasaran, langsung aja datang ke sini deh.
Musik selalu on, kok dipaketinnya sama kuota nonton sih? Nggak kelihatan, tapi ngagetin. Ini hantu atau syarat dan ketentuan ya? Apa kesamaan mantan pacar dan provider? Sama-sama hobi ngatur. Eits, tenang, jangan khawatir. Sekarang udah ada Bayu, layanan seluler serba digital pertama di Indonesia. Yuk mari kakak, download dulu aplikasinya di Google Play Store. Sekarang kamu pilih dulu kuota utamanya. Mau yang bikin nyaman, yang bikin happy, atau yang bikin nagih. Terus kamu bisa tambahin kuota topping semau kamu. Mau Instagram? Boleh. Mau YouTube? Boleh juga. Nah, sekarang lanjutin pilih-pilih nomor Bayu yang kamu suka. Terus pilih deh cara delivery dan pembayaran yang kamu mau. deh, simple kan? Duh, kapan ya dia dateng? Udah gak sabar nih. Jangan-jangan itu dia.
Permisi Kak, ini paket kartu Bayunya ya?
Ya, ini dia waktu yang kutunggu. Rasanya kayak ada anak panah yang nembus langsung ke hati aku. Pastikan jaringan internet HP kamu tersambung ke jaringan internet Bayu. Buka aplikasi dan klik aktifkan SIM card. Dan yeay, ini saatnya kita jadian. Hubungan tuh paling enak kalau kita sama-sama transparan. Sama kayak Bayu, hubungan kita tuh serba transparan dan apa adanya. Kamu bisa lihat semua histori pembelian dan sisa kuota yang kamu beli di aplikasi Bayu. Kalau ada yang mau ditanyain, tenang, gampang banget caranya. Kamu tinggal klik aja tombol live chat dan sampaikan aja semua pertanyaan kamu ke Nindi. Gimana? Simple banget kan? Bayu, layanan seluler serba digital pertama di Indonesia. Bebas pilih kuota plus topping, transparan, dan apa adanya. Bayu, semuanya semaunya.
Akan tiket suatu tempat daripada apa aja.
Di sini siapa yang belum tahu sama tahu gejrot yang lagi viral banget nih di Pasuruan, tahu gejrot Judes namanya. Untuk lokasinya ada di GOR di depan kantor Samsat Kota Pasuruan. Nah, untuk jam bukanya mulai dari jam 11 siang sampai habis ya. Level kepedasannya ada banyak banget macamnya, ada cabai 3, cabai 10, cabai 20, atau mau request cabai sendiri juga bisa banget. Nah, untuk tahu gejrotnya ini ada dua macam, ada tahu gejrot biasa dan tahu gejrot spesial. Tenang aja, untuk bumbunya ini fresh ya, jadi ini diulekin dulu sama abangnya nih. Dan cabai-cabai, bawang, semuanya yang dipakai ini fresh, seger-seger banget. Dan ini aku order yang cabai 50, yang pedas ambiar. Aduh, kalian udah pasti bayangin deh ini pedesnya kayak gimana, cabainya banyak banget. Tuh, lihat. Dan ini disiramin ke tahunya, mantep banget kan. Wow, ini tantangan banget nih, cabai 50 guys. Dan langsung aja nggak pakai lama-lama, aku mau cobain tahu gejrot Judas level paling pedas, level cabai 50. Ini aku udah deg-degan banget mau makan. Dan pas masuk mulut itu rasanya pedas, seger, tapi ini kuahnya bener-bener seger banget. Nah, untuk kuah tahu gejrotnya ini best banget. Rasanya tuh manis, pedas, seger, dan juga gurih banget. Ini yang tahu gejrot biasa, dan ini aku juga cobain yang tahu gejrot spesial. Jadi di dalamnya tuh dia ada bakso sapinya gitu. Pecinta jajanan pedas, kalian harus banget cobain tahu gejrot Judas ini. Pantas aja tempatnya selalu rame, dan aku tuh sering banget loh kehabisan tahu gejrot ini. Pokoknya kalau kalian penasaran, langsung aja datang ke sini deh.